We are at Troy Athens High School in Southeast Michigan for this weekend's Robotics District event. Crescendo is this year's theme. 6 machines all trying to gather notes, score points, and knock out the other alliance. The energy in this building is big. Robotics coming up next. We welcome you inside to Troy Athens High School as we start to wrap up this weekend of robotics events. A Troy District event presented by Aptiv here in Troy, Southeast Michigan. Welcome inside. Dan Gutowski along with Dan Kimura. Dan, let's give people a reset on what this game is. It's all about the notes. These are the point makers for the teams that are trying to collect these and make the points happen today.
Yep, it's foam, it's kind of squishy, but they're pretty dense. Might see some fall apart if they get caught in the robot in the wrong way. But yeah, the game is basically collecting those and shooting them as many times as possible.
We'll have specific gameplay in just a moment. Let's go to our sideline reporter, though, and check in with Kaylee Marentet.
Hey guys, glad to be back here at Troy Athens High School. I will be down on the floor talking to members from both the Red and Blue Alliances, talking about what went right and what went wrong in a breakdown after each match. We also will have some sit-down conversations that you will not want to miss. First of all, talking to a lead robot inspector that drove all the way from the UP down here, a member of Rising Stars Academy that is overcoming adversity here. These are all interviews that you will not want to miss. We also talked to a rookie team and a rookie coach to see how they are adjusting. We'll have all that and more, but I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Kaylee. Lots of behind-the-scenes things happening, but let's get the official word and information on how the gameplay will unfold today here at Troy Athens.
The 2024 first robotics competition game is called Crescendo, and the basic idea is to take these notes, or these orange rings, and score them in various places on the field. Now, a match is 2.5 minutes long, the first 15 seconds of which are autonomous, which means everything is pre-programmed and there are no drivers. After that finishes, the rest of the match will be teleoperated, or the drivers take control. Now, in autonomous mode, you can still score points in a number of ways. If you can get across that black line on the field, you get 2 points for leaving the starting zone. If you score in that high goal, we call it the speaker, that's worth 5 points. And if you score on the side goal, it's a little bit lower, that's going to be worth 2 points. Then after autonomous, drivers are going to step forward, they're going to take control of the robots. You can still score in that high goal, but now it's only worth 2 points instead of 5, and you can still score in the amp on the side here, it's worth 1 point instead of 2. But if you score 2 notes in that amp, you can hit a button to amplify your shots. So now speaker shots are worth 5 points again for the next 10 seconds. Then, moving on towards the end of the match, about the last 20 seconds, we usually call that end game, robots are going to come towards the stage in the middle. Now, if you can get on a chain and be hanging, that's worth 3 points. If you're just parked in the area underneath the stage, you're going to get 1 point. If your human player can hit this ring toss throw here on the peg, robots below that will get 1 bonus point. And if you're hanging next to a partner robot, that's 2 bonus points as well.
8 different alliances are competing here today. We'll come back with our quarterfinals in just a moment from Troy Athens.
We've got 70,000 miles of distribution lines, and a lot of those are in hard-to-reach places. And so drones are just one more way that we can use a new technology to get to places that we can't reach.
From inspecting equipment to investigating and restoring power outages, drones are helping Consumers Energy deliver on its reliability roadmap.
We're helping our customers get their lights on faster. We're saving our customers money by being more efficient and operating in a safer and faster manner.
Consumers Energy, a force of change, a force for you.
How do you change the way the world moves? Change course. Aptiv is engineering the brain and the nervous system to bring the future of mobility to life with advanced computing platforms and smart vehicle architecture, taking you from point A to point B and every point in between. We are Aptiv, and we're moving mobility forward.
First in Michigan Robotics is presented by Aptiv. Magna, Consumers Energy Foundation, and DTE Foundation. All the machines starting to move closer to the playing field, but they're not quite there yet. So, Dan, let's get a little kind of an overview of what we might expect today with the machines and the teams that we have here.
Yeah, I mean, so first let's remind everybody that this is a double elimination playoffs. That means we'll have 8 alliances. You have to lose twice to be eliminated. So if you lose once, you'll drop down to the lower bracket. You get one more chance. If you lose the second time, then you're out. After about 13, I guess exactly 13 of those matches, we'll have 2 alliances left standing. Those alliances will play in the finals in a best 2 out of 3, essentially first to 2 wins. There is an outside chance of a tie. We'll not jinx that into existence this week. Unless, of course, you just did, but okay, we'll see how it goes. Does mentioning the caster curse counteract the caster curse or reinforce it? I don't know. I don't know. Let's take a look at the brackets and cross our fingers on that front. This is, well, here's how it all lays out. So we got a total of 13 matches. And again, 1, 8, 4, 5, 2, 7, 3, 6. Whoever slips down into the lower bracket kind of has to work their way back up. Yep. Of all the teams that we have here, Dan, who are we maybe most familiar with and who's really doing a lot of good things right now? I think the favorite is the #1 Alliance. They are captained by 27. It's Team Rush. This has been one of the top teams in Michigan, probably top 5, certainly top 10 over the last 3, 4, probably 5 years, actually. They have a world championship. They've always been in it at states. And just looking at play here, they are probably the one team that separated themselves a little bit from the pack in terms of their scoring ability. Dan, how about the new teams, the rookie teams that are starting to get their first step into robotics competition this year? Yeah, no, it's rough. There's a lot to learn in your first year. But what is exciting is I believe 2 of those rookie teams are actually on alliances here. So we have 96-18 from Cabrini and 95-58 from Warren, both getting selected to an alliance. And that's tough. There are 42 teams here. Only 24 are on these final 8 alliances. So you got to be in the top half of teams at the event to make it on somebody's pick list like that. And that's a great performance by these rookie teams. We're going to talk to some of these rookie coaches as well. Kaylee working hard in the pits to get all kinds of interviews and backstory. The coaches from Cabrini High School and Warren High School are going to share some of their thoughts and insights. And again, the stage just gets bigger and bigger from district event to district event. These teams have been up and running since early January, and we're closing in on the finish in a couple weeks at Saginaw Valley State. Yep, this is our 4th week of district events out of 5. That means almost every team here has played at least one event. So a lot more experience. Last week we talked about it was about half and half at their first event, half of them playing in their second event. Here, almost everybody's got that first event's worth of experience under their belt. That gives them time to tune in the machines, just get them running the way that they're supposed to run, or in some cases, finish or go back and fix problems that they found in an earlier event. And just like in the other team sports, where the coaches will sometimes say, hey, we learned the most from game 1 to game 2, and that's the same situation for all these alliances. Once you have a full weekend of competition to look back on, then you can start really fine-tuning your equipment and making it better for the next event. Yeah, so the teams are, they're testing their robots at their shop, but there is a big difference between testing it on a small patch of carpet that you roll out in the middle of your shop and coming out to the full-size field. Sight lines are different. The drivers are farther away from the robots. So there are a lot of things that you cannot pick up. Also, the autonomous modes. Doing an autonomous mode on the actual official field is going to be different than doing it on your taped out marks at home. And it can vary from field to field. So each field, when it's set up, there is some tolerances, plus or minus a 1/4 inch here, 1/2 inch there. Those tolerances can stack up too to where you're actually tuning your auto mode specifically to that event's field. So we're getting everything in place for this first quarterfinal match.
So we are almost ready for our first match of the day, but we are fortunate to be joined also not just with Dan Kimura and Kaylee Marentet, but Zach Moore also joining us here as we are kind of high above the playing field at Troy Athens High School. But we welcome Zach as, kind of joining us here on the broadcast and providing us with some insight. Zach, first, a little bit of information about you and your involvement in Michigan First Robotics.
Yep. First, thank you, Dan, for having us out here today. I've been involved in FRC specifically since 2012. Of that, I've been a mentor since 2016 across 3 separate teams, varying in really small sizes all the way up through like a Novi High School team, which is 120 students, and back down to 67 where I currently sit now, which is roughly about 30 students. So I have a wide range of experience in dealing with large teams, small teams, and different resource levels in this competition.
Yeah, and Zach, we know that, we've heard stories from Dan throughout the years about how, once you kind of get the robotics thing in your system, it's very hard to get out of it.
Oh yeah, once you catch that bug, you're not running away quickly.
Yeah. So Zach's going to be joining us and filling in some insights to either contradict or support what Dan Kimura says. This is nice because I always have to agree with everything Dan says, but now you may have to disagree with him on my behalf. Anyway,
we got some fact checking going on.
Yes. All right, Dan Kimura, what do we know about these 2 alliances here?
So number 1, again, we talked about 27. They were sort of running away with this event, grabbing that number 1 seeded spot. 9-10, a little bit of a surprise pick. There are some other robots here that I think have been scoring more than 9-10. But one of the things that 9-10 does better than almost anybody at this event is their auto mode. And the key is scoring rings in auto mode are worth 5 points instead of 2. Of course, you can amplify, but just getting that bulk of points scored, those rings that we can see on the floor behind 9-10, those, if you get them all in auto mode, it's going to set you up really nicely for the match.
All 6 of these robots and teams are from Southeast Michigan. We'll get this match started with the autonomous, and we got 15 seconds to see how fast these rings and notes will fly into those amps and speakers.
So big race, 308 and 9-10 going to the center. 9-10 wins it. You can just see the field. It's almost empty. There is 1 note left in the very center of the field that was not grabbed or shot, and that's because of our Red Alliance's power in auto mode.
And away we go into teleop. And again, we don't see a lot of defense going right now, but the Red Alliance robots, Team Rush from Clarkston High School, very active from side to side.
818 pulled up for a shot, sat there for a while. I'm not sure. Let's keep an eye on that robot and see if it's still functioning. They did just pick up a ring, so that's a good sign.
Red Alliance has all of their robots in one area. Now they've kind of spread things out. Some good defense there for the Blue Alliance by the 308 robot, Monsters from Walled Lake.
Yeah, and you can see what 27 is doing is they're leaving some extra notes on the floor in front of the goal. So they amplified the speaker, and then they have extra shots. You can get up to 4 extra shots when the speaker's amplified. They just made all 4.
Yeah, Red Alliance is just crushing it so far. And you can see that 2960 robot, Automation Nation, with a note score there. Boy, this is a very efficient and impressive start for the Red Alliance.
Amplified again for Red. See if 27 can get back. No, good defense there. We'll turn this back into an amp shot instead of a 5-pointer in the speaker.
Blue Alliance maybe going to try to make a splash late when they try to get on stage, but boy, until then, it's just been a dominant performance by the Red Alliance.
That 7762, that note is stuck in their robot. They're trying to get it into the amp, and it is not coming out. They had to spit it out.
Yeah, that's the Autopilots robot from De La Salle Collegiate High School.
308 also playing more defense. They have a note stuck inside their robot. It is not in their rollers. That note is just trapped.
Yeah.
And of course, you can only carry 1, so they have to play defense for the rest of the match.
7762 with a note drop. And now we go into hanging, and we got 2 red robots on stage. Blue Alliance can't quite match it.
No, 9-10 not going for a hang. They do have hooks on that robot, but they settled for the park there. Blue, way behind in score, needed to keep trying to play the game until the last second. Looks like 8-18 maybe was going for the trap for an extra 5 points, but they just ran out of time.
So our score is pretty lopsided in favor of the Red Alliance. Zach, what were some of your takeaways from what we just saw?
Yeah, one of the main things that the Red Alliance is doing better than the Blue is having to do with Rush's lob shot. So you'll see on one of their first cycles that they're taking, they're actually driving only halfway across the field and shooting that disc right over towards the amp. And what that does is it takes all 3 of their robots and it puts them off cycle in the human player station. That human player station only feeds 2 robots at a time. So if you congest that, like the Blue Alliance did most of that match, then you're going to have trouble keeping up with the other alliance.
Well said, and we got a lot of points to break down. The Red Alliance coming out with over 100 unofficially. And what do we know? What are these officials talking about here that we can see in the corner there? Best guess.
So there was a penalty called down in their corner. The refs are spread, 1 on each corner of the field. So they kind of have a quadrant that they're watching. So the corner down here is by the red loading zone. So that's where the red robots will come in to get new game pieces. Essentially, if any part of a robot, red or blue, is inside of that zone, if any part of their bumpers are in that taped off area, if there's contact, then that will be a penalty. And I did see at least 1 penalty called in that area. There might be more. The fact that it was 2 regular referees, for want of a better term, our head ref is going to be in the yellow, not in the zebra stripes. If the head ref is not involved in the conversation, then they're just kind of getting the idea of discussing with each other to make sure they saw what they think they saw. It won't be, that's not where our discussion about the match score is going to take place.
Scores are coming in. We have a Red Alliance victory. And we're going to break down the scores in just a minute, but we do know it is a Red Alliance win, a one-sided one at that, 115-66. That's almost a two for one.
No, 115 is a big score. We talked last week about how 100 is a very good score at that point in the competition. Over 100 is still a good score.
Let's go downstairs in the pits and connect with Kaylee Marentet.
Hey guys, I'm here with Luke from the Red Alliance. Luke, you guys had 46 points, still banked in autonomous mode. That's very high. What went right?
Yeah, surely. Our autonomous mode has been going really well this weekend. We have a pretty consistent 5-note auto that's running on the amp side, so all 5 of those went in that match, as well as both of our partners put a couple in, so I think our autonomous advantage definitely helped us during that match.
Something that I noticed, you were out here yelling as loud as you can because it's so loud in here, it's so hype, it's the first game. Has that been is that going to be a challenge for you, the noise in here?
Yeah, this is our 3rd event now. I've been doing this now. This is my 2nd year as human player, but back in the driver's station, it gets a little chaotic, so I'm able to help run around calling out time. During qualifications, I'll call out things like ranking points, but here it's mostly time, score, when we're amplified, because the amplification is a huge point bonus, so we're making sure to utilize that effectively.
All right, well, good luck into the next round. Thanks for joining us. Dan and Dan?
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Let's break down the scores and a runaway win, if you will, for the Red Alliance. And yeah, the speaker points. That's the story, Zach. I mean, you just 85. Wow, that's a pretty good show.
Yeah, that's a significant amount. I wouldn't put down that number 8 alliance, though. 52 speaker points is still a good amount going in there. And that 818 alliance, this is their first event, but they were at both the World and State Championships playing at a high level last year, so I would expect them to be able to do something in the lower bracket.
You have 10 penalty points for red. Means that 115 was a 105 unpenalized, still a monster score.
So, what are your takeaways if you're the Blue Alliance, Dan?
You know, I mean, they're not going to see that alliance again, so they don't really have to worry about finding a way to beat that alliance. What they have to do is just get comfortable in their cycles, make sure they stay out of each other's way and maximize their score. And, you know, they can take heart, right? We saw that note get stuck inside of a robot. 308's robot, I believe. Once the note is stuck inside, you cannot keep scoring. So their score is depressed because of that as well. So they've got some things that they know will go better for them in their next match.
Let's get a preview of our next match with our our next quarterfinal match, well, we're just going to jump right into it. So away we go with our Red Alliance and Blue Alliance into our autonomous mode.
Yep, Alliance 4 is in red, Alliance 5 is in blue. And blue right now taking a pretty big lead. Late shot by 226. It's going to actually be tied going into teleoperated here.
Yeah, things kind of evening out here as we move into teleop. That red 226 machine, the Hammerheads from Troy High School. So not too far from here, obviously.
Yep, 28-34 just went to load, left the zone without a disc. You can see here, this is kind of what Zach was talking about. We got two red robots both trying to load, both struggling to load notes here, and kind of getting in each other's way. There are 2 times that you can save a lot of time when you're running one of these cycles. So one of them is after you lined up, how long does it take you to pull the trigger and score? The other one is how long does it take to acquire that note off the ground? You can see a much better job by 28-34 that time.
And Zach, another thing, the rings, the notes are not exactly always 100% durable, so you kind of have to be cautious of what you're trying to pick up at any given moment, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And they'll wear down during the competition, so you'll start to see some of that skin peel off, and that may or may not affect teams picking up rings, but also scoring them from a further distance away.
So this is very even here, only about a 10-point difference for the Blue Alliance here with the Red Alliance with
71-78's got a broken bumper. We got to keep an eye on that. If that breaks any more, they will be turned off.
That's the Yeti machine from Walled Lake Western High School and Walled Lake Central High School and Walled Lake Northern High School.
The Blue Alliance is keeping this close specifically because of 245. If you watch them, they're doing what we call bump and run. So they're playing offensively, but when they come back to pick up, they're driving around the stage so that they can contact those red robots.
Good note score there for the Atom Bots. Blue Alliance just enough to stay ahead, but not by much.
Well, those are both going to be amplified shots. So actually, 245 missed the shot there. It was a good miss because it let them sync up with their partner so they could both get amplified shots in, and that's the difference right now.
Robots now racing to get on stage and deliver notes through the flap and into the trap. Well, the Red Alliance kind of foregoing that, but Blue Alliance, they're going to get 2 off the floor.
Red a little bit out of order at the end, but I think they were able to score and amplify after a shot had already gone in to the speaker, giving them the amplified points for that. So we saw a big jump at the end. I think they hit 2 amplified speaker shots for 10 points. And endgame, though, they are on the ground. Blue is up in the air. So presumably we're looking at 3 points for red here and 6 points for blue.
Well, we're not going to have 100 points, I don't think, for either alliance, but in terms of the total point accumulation and how close these teams competed, we're going to be very close.
Yeah, on the scoreboard, I think it's a 1-point match right now. Adding our end game totals to it, I think red has a 1-point lead, so anything can change that. One note that scored a little bit late, one penalty that we didn't see yet. Any small adjustment can decide this match.
And this is the nature of the Serpentine draft. When you start getting into those 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 alliances, when they get to come back around in the draft, they get a second robot on that alliance that's just as equal of firepower as the other 2. So you get to see this really close play with 2 alliances playing 3 offensive robots.
Yeah, and we would expect 4 and 5 to be essentially equivalent, right? I mean, they pick right after each other going both directions. So, and the captain's about equal too.
So much more competitive and close than our first match, but they're still tallying up the points.
One thing to note between this match and the one we previously saw is not a lot of robots fought over those center auto rings. So as one of these teams progresses through the upper bracket, they're going to come out in a disadvantage coming out of the autonomous period comparatively to our number 1 alliance, which is clearing those rings.
Yeah, good.
Well, we saw number 1 had 46 or 40, I think 46 auto mode points. Last match it was a tie at 26.
Yep.
So that's a monster hill to climb. You will have to find a way to slow down that number 1's auto mode or hope they miss some of their shots.
So we're still waiting to tabulate the score, but it's it's going to get complicated. We'll explain why in a moment. So we've got the machines for the next two alliances that are coming on right now. See the Thunder Chickens. That's a familiar name.
Thunder Chickens are always around.
So inside here we have a Red Alliance win. And they're looking at the scores and they can't understand, well, 81-81 is a tie.
I was just having this discussion with people. Essentially, there was a year, I think it was 2010, the scoring was set up such that there were a lot of ties. I think the finals at the Michigan State Championship took 5 matches instead of 3. After that, they decided to start working on deciding these elimination or playoff round matches with tiebreakers. First tiebreaker is penalty points. Whoever played the cleaner match gets the win. So 81-81, but Red committed less penalties. They're going to take the win and move on.
Zach, hold your thought. Let's go downstairs to Kaylee Marentet.
Hey guys, I have Ellie from the Red Alliance and Griffin from the Blue Alliance here. Griffin, I want to start with you. What are you going to take from this match that you want to maybe move forward into the next one?
Yeah, I think that we need to focus a lot more on our driving lanes, just kind of mapping out where we need to go. I think that's something that we kind of struggle with in this match and that we need to kind of have a deeper discussion about later.
Obviously a tie, not super common, I mean it happens, but what do you think that you could improve on?
I think we need to work a bit more on our kind of cooperation with our alliance. I don't think there was too much interference, but just kind of there were a lot of places where we kind of got bunched up, kind of blocking each other. And so I think just coordinating kind of alternating cycles and getting that kind of in sync is going to be the key.
Gotcha. Ellie, I want to go to you now. Ellie, what do you think went right out of this match?
I think we had like good communication going into it because we knew what we wanted to do. We had an amp cycler that was just continuing to cycle like we wanted. There was a little bit of problems because hammerheads were having problems intaking, so that caused like some issues, conjunction. So like want to take out bringing more time than cycle changes because you want to get more cycles than you possibly can. Opportunities defense also because we won because of penalties because we saw a chance, we took it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys both. Good luck into your next match, Dan and Dan.
Thank you. And Zach, want to chime in as we take a look at the scoreboard and see where this match swung? Penalty points were very meaningful.
Yeah, penalty points is going to be your main determiner here. The amp and speaker points are really, really close, and really what that's showing is that the Blue Alliance just took better advantage of their amplification period. The Red Alliance had more notes that they scored in the amplification area, but they couldn't take advantage of it, probably because they were on the other side of the field, or maybe they had a human player press a button incorrectly, or something along those lines.
Now we go to our matchups here for the Alliance 2 against Alliance 7. So we got the field set for the third match of the day. One close match, one lopsided match. See what shakes down here in match 3.
Yep, keep an eye on Alliance number 7. 217 and 469. Both 469 especially has had a very, very good robot when it works. That robot has died in half their matches or more. If that robot functions for the entire match, this 7 Alliance is going to be able to punch above their weight.
When it works, those are 3 really bad words you don't want to hear. If your machine's not working, you got problems. Autonomous is over. Teleop begins. And Red Alliance with the score on that from the Fighting Pie.
Yep, good job. Both alliances have an amplification ready now. Red fires theirs maybe slightly early. They're still going to get 2 notes. Can 54-36 get the shot off in time? I don't think so.
Both teams taking advantage in the amplified scoring opportunity.
Red's looking a little congested over here. 201 and 54-36 are sharing amp responsibilities, and they're running into each other.
Not good for the Blue Alliance.
Yep, I mean, actually, it didn't work out too badly. They have their amplification ready. Blue still does not have their next amp ready. So if they can use this one, There's one shot on the amp period, there's two. And 201's shot will be worth a lot if they can get it off in time.
Boy, there's a machine not moving too fast. That's 207 finally re-energized.
And they just missed that amplification period, both 17, 18, and 201 on their shots.
You have something to keep in mind, you get 3 seconds after the lights turn off for it to process, but sometimes the rings will move through quickly, sometimes they won't.
Blue Alliance with a nice push in that amplified scoring window.
Yep, but that's a tech penalty, I think, on blue. They hit 201 in the loading zone.
That's a no-no.
So that's one of the dangers. If you're dropping those notes on the ground and you're not around, you can sneak in and steal them from the other side's loading area. Saves you a lot of time, but if you get caught doing it, it's going to be a big penalty.
Red Alliance coming back with a push.
Blue's got a note stuck. 469 goes back, basically bangs it home. So amplification ready for blue, nothing for red. Red with the 1-point lead though.
So we are down to 15 seconds. We'll see what happens here as everybody tries to hit the stage and hang. Ooh, not a good hang there by the 17-18 Fighting Pie Machine.
2 seconds, last second shot by 217, and I don't know if they made it over the line. It looks like they are. We see one hanging on red, one hanging for sure on blue. 469 looks, I think, on the ground. Part of their robot's up. Hard to see from up here. I think we're gonna have 2 on the ground for both alliances and 1 in the air, which means it should be a wash. And blue's last second amplification period, I think, pushed them into the lead.
2 teams that are close to 90 points. Zach, that was a pretty good showing by both alliances.
Yes, both were cycling very efficiently. The Blue Alliance did come ahead in autonomous, and you'll see it here. That 469 team is really doing a lot on the center line. I believe they're picking up one note and shooting it, and then picking up a second and just holding it. That alone is an advantage, because then they can return directly to the speaker and score right after that 15-second period.
Yeah, you have sort of those soft advantages in auto mode. Positioning your robot for the end of it in the right spot can save you a few seconds. Red trying to answer back here. And also getting out to the middle for a note. Blue missed some shots, red missed more. And there is one, I think, missed intake on the red side. And that combined for what we saw was about a 10-point lead out of auto mode.
How detailed do teams get about tracking like their shooting percentage?
It's something, teams generally watch that pretty closely, especially in the scouting division. Generally, teams will have a group of students that their whole job is to scout matches and look at other teams and figure out, who's scoring the most and how they're doing it and what percentage they're hitting. On a field like this, Dan mentioned earlier that you could have a little bit of variation field to field based on how you set it up. You can also have a little bit of that even from blue to red, because there's a plus or minus 1 inch tolerance on some of these things that are set up, and as you stack up forward to backward on the field, if a team plays on blue and then moves to the red side, their shots might be a little bit different.
So we see the numbers, a 95-point effort for Blue Alliance. That's a win. 7 points, not a big difference, but Dan, let's break down what the scoring is from this one.
I mean, it's that last second amplification period in the speaker got them, I think, 2 amplified shots. That's 78-68. There's your 10 points. They gave up a 5-point penalty, and it didn't matter. So that was the one we talked about in the loading zone.
Downstairs we go with Kaylee.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ella from the Red Alliance and then Bennett from the Blue Alliance here. Obviously a good win for you guys. What was your goal coming into this, and do you think you achieved it?
So we have a lot of our alliance is very good. We had a lot of faith in them. We got our robots to work, and they work perfectly, and this is a pretty happy win for us, or good win. All happy, so yeah.
Ella, I want to ask you, it seemed like you guys were playing a lot of defense, a lot of trying to block the bots. What was the big challenge for you guys in this game?
I think the defense mainly just came as we were coming across the field. We're kind of just trying to bump them, throw them off. But, yeah.
Is there anything you want to take from this game and maybe change?
Yeah, I think we want to try and do one more cycle of amplification before we go and shoot in the speaker in the last couple of seconds.
Okay, all right. Thank you guys. Good win for Blue Alliance. Dan and Dan, back to you.
Thank you. And Kaylee, check with Bennett where he got that headgear from, because that might be something we want to pick up at the gift shop later. All right, let's get to our numbers and or our preview for the next match.
Yep, so we got Alliance 6 versus Alliance 3 here. This one looks pretty balanced. 3 is the higher seed by a few, but we talked about that Serpentine draft, and I think the number 6 obviously is going to get an earlier pick on the way back up. So a little bit more balance from the number 6 Alliance, a little bit more top end maybe from number 3, but I think this one's a coin flip.
And away we go. Autonomous for 15 seconds.
68 going straight to the midline means they stole the extra note right out from under 28.51. That gives them the advantage. And you can see it on the scoreboard, 31-20, so 11-point edge here.
That's the Trucktown Thunder from Brandon High School in
But they're not moving. Oh, there they go. Something was wrong with that robot at the start of Teliab. Their drivers maybe had to move the joysticks around.
And the Ravens robot from Royal Oak High School, the robot is called Eclipse. That is a fast-moving machine that just took a hit from the Red Alliance robot Tesla.
Yep, just trying to keep an eye. Looks like we've got 3 on offense versus 3 on offense. 28.51 though is now playing defense, kind of looking to steal a note. It was a broken note, so I don't know if that's going to help them too much.
It looks like 1188 is having trouble translating on the field over here. That could prove for some difficulty later in the match.
Yeah, 68 looks like they're having some issues. I saw 573 driving slow a little bit as well. So the Blue Alliance robots struggling a little bit, but we see a good kind of dump and chase game being played.
Yeah, the 1188 machine is all defense right now. You can see there, and so far that's successful.
Yeah, the danger there with the dump and chase, 28.51 saw them put it on the ground, went and picked it up and took it out and scored it themselves. So it's nice, we talked about this, if you can get some extra notes nearby, when you amplify, that's a lot of extra amplified shots you can take. But if you leave a note on the ground, it's fair game to be stolen.
So the score is still close. Now a big bump with amplified points for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, one of our rookies here, 96-18, making a nice shot. So we'll see Blue has an amplification ready. They're just waiting for the right moment to press the button. You can see 68 trying to leave an extra note on the ground so they can make their most of this period.
Yeah, Blue Alliance has got a little work to do here as we move closer to the final 15 seconds.
So 3 amplified notes for Blue. That's going to be a big chunk. Closing, what, to 5-point lead. Red answers with an amplification shot.
Robots trying to get on stage. Looks like the Red Alliance is going to have more of an advantage there.
Yep. 2 up for Red, 2 up for Blue. Actually, looks like we are going to be tied. I think 1188's bumpers are over the line. So it's going to be 7 points apiece here in endgame. Red with the lead.
Yeah, go ahead, Zach. Pretty solid effort by the Red Alliance there.
Yeah, one of the main things is that 1188 struggled throughout the match with being able to drive. I think that really took that third Alliance member and pushed them off of the offensive capability. And once they did that, they just couldn't keep up with 28.51 and 49.98 in their cycling.
We'll take a look at the autonomous portion of this match. Let's go back all the way to the beginning here.
Yep, 573. You can see they're coming out for a note, but that we just saw it creeping through the corner of the screen there was 68, beating them to that center line note and giving kind of Blue the advantage here.
One of the interesting things here is 49.98 is actually scoring 2 in the amp in autonomous, which allows them to have that ready to go at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the right strategy though, right? Because you can amplify during autonomous, but if you just shot them in the speaker during autonomous period, you're already amplified, right? It's 5 points in. So I think you're kind of leaving some potential on the table by doing that. But that might be all the robot has in autonomous. And granted, you do get 2 points for each amp score instead of 1.
So at first pass, it looked like this would be a Red Alliance win, but again, we don't want to tip things too far too fast.
Yep, you never know. But Red comfortable here. If you're Red, you're not worried.
And penalty points always can be an issue.
Yep.
But maybe not this time. We have a Red Alliance win. And again, one thing we're noticing this weekend, Dan and Zach, from the previous weekends, the winning score is higher and the losing score is pretty high as well.
Yeah. Sorry, as we get closer to the state championship and the end of the competition, teams are really starting to hit their strides here. Like Dan said earlier, this is most of the team's second event, so a lot of those kinks that they've had with driving or their mechanisms are normally ironed out at this point, and a lot of them are focusing on speeding up their scoring.
Downstairs we go and check in with Kaylee.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ty from the Red Alliance. Obviously happy with the score. Are you happy with how everything played out?
I am happy with the score and how everything turned out. We managed to come out with a win, obviously. We were just coming in here and trying to get as many cycles as we could, having our second pick in our alliance focus on the amp, and just be able to get as many cycles as we could, as many points amplified.
Okay, we are joined now here by a member from the Blue Alliance. I want to ask you, it seemed like 1188 kind of had some difficulties. Do you know what happened there?
Well, it seems like there was a breakage that caused them to not be able to drive with the arm down, but only with the arm up. So it took them a minute to figure it out, and by the time that they figured it out, it was difficult for them to score any more cycles.
Do you think that's going to be able to be something fixable today or something?
Yeah, there's a part that needs to be reattached, but it's just a metal strip, so it's something that can be easily replaced. So I'm under the impression that between all three of our pit crews, we should be able to solve it before our next match.
Well, good news then, I guess, here. All right, Dan and Dan, back up to you guys.
All right, and our final results from that last match. A Red Alliance win, 15-point win. Things pretty even, but the speaker points, guys, were maybe the swing.
Yeah, and that's interesting, right? Because they played from behind. They were down about 11 points after autonomous mode. So they did make good use of that. We saw them getting sort of their amplification ready in autonomous. They made good use of that. And the other amplified periods. You can see 10 points in the amp is a little, again, it's a little bit of a trick because 2 of those were 2-pointers instead of 1-pointers. So really it was like 8 instead of 4, but that still means they were ready to amplify twice as often, right? 4 times instead of 2 compared to the Blue Alliance.
Next week, the action continues. Sorry, 2 weeks. I was going to say we're not working Easter weekend. I don't think
teams will be.
Yeah,
we
right.
won't.
So we won't. 2 weekends from now, we will convene at Saginaw Valley State University for the Michigan State Championship, a 2-day event. It's anybody who's everybody in Michigan robotics is going to be there. So big numbers. Get there early. And free and open to the public. So by all means, a great way to cap the robotics season here in Michigan. So we've rolled through our first 4 matches. And let's re-engage with the brackets. And we've got four alliances that have moved down into the lower bracket and the 4 that are higher.
Yep, so 8, 5, 2, and 6. 1 loss and you're now out. You're eliminated. Alliances 1, 4, 7, and 3 here in our upper bracket still have a loss to give. So if they lose, they'll drop down to the lower bracket. They can experiment a little bit more. You're just more comfortable, right, when you got 1 in the pocket like that.
And Zach, the challenge is always for the alliances that maybe do have a good first outing. You can't be content. You still got to figure out ways to either A, understand your next opponent better to beat them, or B, understand what you can improve for yourself.
Yeah, it's very common for teams to go back and review footage of their match in between elimination brackets. What they're looking for is different lanes to drive in, where they can go that's a cleaner, faster path. What auton rings are the other alliances picking up and scoring so that maybe they can adjust their auto to match that. It's little details at this point.
So we have the 5 alliance and the 8 alliance.
Yep, 308 right now is not on the field. Their robot is on the cart next to the field. All the other robots are ready to go. 308 has got 2 people with their hands deep inside trying to fix something. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if they can make it out for the field. There is a time limit here. If they take too long, then this might be a 3-on-2 match. But Alliance 8 in their first match, scored 66 points. If you remember, we did talk about 71-78 getting that note stuck inside the robot, really bringing their scoring down a bit for not quite half the match, but for a while. Alliance number 4 put up an 81-point match in their loss. So not too far apart, 66. If you get some of those extra shots are amplified. Could be very close here.
Zach, we don't see it happen often, but it has happened. But when the rings, the notes kind of start to wear down, fall apart, what is the problem that creates for the teams that are working on the field?
Well, what happens is they tend to shoot higher as you wear them down. A firm new note will shoot straight at that black backing right in front of the goal. As they start to tear up and wear down, those little shreds might get caught into intake belts, gears, pulleys, things like that. But the main problem that you're going to see is that your shots start moving up and down.
So we're gearing up for our next match as we move into the lower bracket.
Yep.
So this is our 5th match, and we are into round 2.
302 was able to make it on the field, and they did enable and package that intake to do so, so it looks like they may be functional for this match.
Yep, sorry, 308. They are just waiting to connect now, so not completely out of the woods, but at this point, they're connected. So we should have a full 3-on-3 match. Always good.
And again, the loser is unfortunately done for the afternoon, so the sense of urgency is palpable for both of these alliances.
Still got a thumbs up. There's the thumbs up. Just waiting for the rest of the scoring table to be ready. I think we're good to go for this match.
15 seconds of autonomous.
This shot on red.
Yeah, that was by the 368 robot.
Second miss.
308 from Monsters.
And 818 just double picked up. So that's going to be a penalty as well.
Now Teliop, a Blue Alliance double-digit lead here as we move into Teliop. 77-62, the Autopilot's machine. The Maverick 5 from Warren.
All right, Blue has amplification ready. They did not use it. So 245 just shot one note in, did not amplify that note, waiting for all the robots to get back over. Red just got their amplification unlocked. Now Blue's using it. 1, 2, and 3 scores during that amplification period.
Yeah, the Adabots from Adams High School. Melodious is the name of their robot.
Oh, big mistake from Red. Red hits the amplification button when the shot left the robot, but before it went in the goal, it missed the shot.
818 seems to be dead here on the field. It looks like they had an original strategy of 77-62 to be cycling notes over into that corner. That's why there's 2 waiting there, but Adambots have noticed that and are stealing them.
Yeah, but Adambots, again, too close to that scoring zone in the amp, took a penalty for it. It is a little bit protected in the one corner. 818 disconnected from the field. They still have power on the robot. We can see lights in there. They may reboot. We might see them in about another 20 seconds if this is a radio reboot.
When we've seen robots become inactive on the field, Zach, it's not necessarily the end of the world. Some teams can overcome that, but it is a sizable obstacle for sure.
Yes, sometimes it's just a jarred loose Ethernet connection. Sometimes it's a radio problem. It could be a variety of things, but you can reconnect to the field through a RoboRio restart or a radio restart or a driver station.
But they are still behind, and it's creating an opportunity for the Blue Alliance they didn't expect.
Yep.
We see the 308 Monsters robot.
Yeah, 818, if they were going to come back, it would have happened by now. They will be out for the rest of this match. They are going to score 1 point. They are inside that tape triangle.
Blue Alliance hanging from stage right in their stage zone.
So 245 looking for that buddy hang.
Yeah.
They're going to go up right next to number 1.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, that's good.
Mama.
That's extra points.
That is solid.
If you have 2 robots on the same chain,
yeah,
you get 3 points for each hanging robot. That's 6, and you get 2 bonus points for hanging together. So that's going to be 8 points. And on the other side of the field, 71-78 is also up on a chain, I believe. So this is our biggest end game I think we've seen so far.
So a very good finish for the Blue Alliance. So here's Autonomous. We see the Blue Alliance on the left side of the screen. Starting fast and efficiently.
So we saw their first match, at least one missed shot. There's another missed shot here, but critically, look how close that is to going inside 7178's robot. That's how they got the extra note stuck in the previous match. Did not get stuck inside. They were able to drive away and keep playing.
Zach, what about the red side here on their alliance?
Yeah, the critical thing you saw about Blue is that they made the 6 easy shots, right? Right here, Red is struggling to make the close-up shots, which is where your difference is coming from.
And again, the Red Alliance losing. Red Alliance operating with 1 machine down. And that is going to mean a Blue Alliance victory. Where's the big cheer?
Sometimes it's hard to take a victory with a dead robot on the field.
Yes. Good sportsmanship. 95 points for the Blue Alliance when all is said and done.
Yep.
So
it's another in a series of big scores here. So we saw that big 115 by the #1 seed. They were feeling pretty comfortable, but now don't forget that was with 10 penalty points, so it's like really a 105. And we've seen, I think, 3 alliances now go over 90, so it's going to be close.
So a one-sided win, and the Red Alliance bows out quietly, but a machine malfunction again is really a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And especially when it's a team you're counting on to score points.
Yeah.
Sometimes if it's a defensive robot, it doesn't hurt quite as much. But when you lose one of your top scorers, there's not much you can do.
Zach, what impressed you most about the Blue Alliance in that session?
It's the same consistent strategy for winning. It's hitting the easy shots and autos. It's the clean cycling. It's making sure you're off of your partners in the feeder station and then effectively using the amp.
Downstairs we go to Kaylee Maritet.
Hey guys, I'm here with Joey from Red and Griffin from Blue. I noticed you guys had 818 down. Do you know what happened?
No, I'm not aware of what happened to 818.
Obviously something you guys are going to have to maybe go back and talk about and try to fix.
Yeah, I would definitely talk to them, figure out what happened, help them out. Just go back, recuperate.
All right, sounds good. Obviously, Blue Alliance, you guys were all hung up there at the end. Is that something you guys all hoped for, or is that something that's happened before?
Yeah, that's something that we talked about previously. Our first match, we kind of tried for it, but had to kind of work on the timing of it. But this time we were able to kind of get us all coordinated, especially with the harmony with the Juggernauts.
Obviously, communication, how important is it for your guys' team to be able to do something like that?
Oh, it's everything. We were talking, between coaches, between the, especially between us and the Juggernauts, but also with the Yetis, trying to, figure out the timing of it, when they were going to be able to get up, when we would be free to get on there.
All right, well, thank you guys so much. Dan, I'm going to send it back up to you.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Here's our results as we break the numbers down, one-sided for the Blue Alliance, and lots of good things for them to build on going forward, Dan.
Yeah, when the robot did not have trouble, did not get the note stuck inside it, we saw the scores balloon up like we expected. 95 is good. 95 is showing you are a threat to beat any alliance here.
So the Blue Alliance advancing to the lower bracket, round 3, match 10, so they'll have a little time to recoup. Here is a lot of activity that we can see from this last match.
Yeah, a lot of, even if the robots aren't playing defense, you're still looking for contact a lot of the time, especially if you're confident in your robot's ability to take contact.
Yeah, one of the critical things about the way this field is laid out, if you're moving from speaker to pickup, you're crossing paths with the other alliance, so you're constantly hitting.
So now we move into our match number 6, which is Alliance 2 against Alliance 6.
Yeah, can't see what's going on. We do have our FTA, which is our first technical advisor. Their job is to get the robots connected to the field and make sure all of the field runs the way it should, hanging out with one of our teams. They walked away, gave us a thumbs up, so I think we're good to go here.
And again, this is we're into round 2. This is the lower bracket, and we will see what shakes down in the autonomous period. Good start for the Red Alliance. Blue's going to have to catch up here.
At 17-18, though, showing that we're kind of planning to go for a different note on the middle so that they didn't get outraced to the one they were going for. 8-point lead for Red.
Pick up there by a couple of the Red Alliance robots and a score. Cybercats from Stony Creek.
68 going for a lob shot. Put it off the field. You don't get that back. That's just a waste of time.
Red is currently amplified with only 17-18 scoring 1. 201. Will they make it back?
Be close.
Yeah.
They're not even trying. Little bit of a mistake there by 201. If they could have taken the quick shot, maybe still could have gotten that one in.
That's the Feds robot special agent Spider from Rochester High School.
Same thing for Blue. 1188 is waiting at the amp because you cannot start collecting your power-ups until the current amplified session ends. So that was smart, but if they had put it in the speaker, that was a 5-pointer there. So maybe 1188 not able to go for that high goal right now.
Yeah, the miss and the make for the Blue Alliance at that speaker.
68, meanwhile, sticking to that kind of pass strategy, the long ball strategy. Dumping a couple in the corner.
Yeah. Very close, though. Very close.
68 waiting for another amplification.
1122. Sorry, 1188 Ravens. Yeah. I was going to say it's just hanging there.
Yep, well done. This is amplified now. 573. That's 2 amplified shots. Looks like that's where they're going to leave it. Another shot by 68. Oh, that one stays on the field a little while.
Another miss by the 201 robot, the Feds. Here's 17-18, a solid make with that note.
Amplified, and they reloaded off the floor.
Yeah, so there is no margin of error right now.
54-36 gets the third one. That's 3 amplified shots for Red. Gives them a pretty sizable lead. Blue's gonna need at least one more burst here.
They do have a pile of notes down there, but 1188 seems to have trouble putting them into the amplification center right now.
So one issue can be there could be too many notes on the ground there. It can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing. I think those notes were keeping 1188 from getting up against that amp wall, and that's the position they need to be in to score in it.
It's going to be really close here. They might have pulled this one off.
Yeah, both of these alliances really came through and put up some good points.
Then we'll see end game. We have 1 extra hanging robot for Blue, 68 up in the air. So that's a 3-point swing to Blue. Human player made one of those high notes, but on the wrong microphone. So it's got to be, when you make that shot, it has to be on the pipe, the ring toss ring pipe above the chain that the robot's hanging on to get a bonus point for it.
Zach, here's a question. How do you make a decision when your team is running really well? You're not scoreboard watching too much, but when you know the other team is really kind of staying even with you, is that something you try to direct your team away from and say, hey, just worry about us and what we do? Or do you just say, hey, look, it's real. You have to know what the other team's doing. How do you process that?
There's 2 sides of the coin. The first one is that you want them to know roughly what they have to attain. But we generally don't try and talk about points. What we want them to do is focus on a certain number of cycles that they want to hit during the match. It generally keeps the drivers calmer. When you're talking to a scout, then what you want to know point values. You want to know if we have to change our strategy, tweak something a little bit to best out the next alliance in the bracket.
We may have this match under review.
This time we got a bigger ref. We need some word, you know, like if you have a group of, it's like a herd, or like a murder or a gaggle, right? Like what is it when the refs get together? But when all of them are there, right? This is, right. And you can see the yellow shirt in the middle. This discussion is for potentially match altering or match adjusting consequences here.
Yeah, that is a high-level convo. And you two can work out the terminology. I'm not going to get involved in that.
Yeah.
But we do need something.
Well, it's like zebras, right? So maybe it should be a herd.
I'll lean towards herd.
So let's go to autonomous and reflect on how things played out. Blue goes first here.
His 68 is quick out to the center line here, which is a positive. But you'll notice when we switch to red that 17-18 changed their auto to combat that. Ultimately, I believe blue comes out on top here because they're more consistent with shots.
Yeah, I think you're right on the score, but a little sloppy. We see a couple misses there, right? And so you can see 68 just popping in. 17-18, though, smart. They knew they were going to lose the race to the first one, so they go for the second one.
And again, we think this is under review.
Yeah, and I can see the head ref, Alan, is talking to the scorekeeper, which means something is getting updated. Can also see he is holding the cards.
So a group of zebras is called a dazzle. That's from...
You cannot get better than that.
No, you can't.
A dazzle of referees.
Yes. So the zebras are talking to the dazzle of zebras are talking to the Red Alliance. We love to introduce new words into the lexicon.
Right.
For our viewers.
All right, so he is going over to talk to the Alliance captain. He's got, I think it was yellow, but he's got his cards out. Now, if you commit a specific penalty, some of them, the penalty is you give points to the other team and you get a card. Sometimes if you commit the same foul over and over again, or egregiously commit that foul, you can get a card for that. What that means is, if you get a yellow card, nothing bad happens yet, but you are now warned. If you get a second yellow card, you basically will be disqualified from that match that you just finished. So if they get one yellow card here, no harm, but if they get a second one later on, they will automatically lose whatever match that happened in.
So that was Ella talking to Alan, and now Alan's back with his smaller dazzle of zebras.
And sometimes this, the decision probably already made now, but you want to make sure you have consistency here. So if it was called for a specific thing, he's going to explain that to all of the refs, make sure all the refs know exactly what happened, what to look out for in the future so that, you can call it consistently.
Zach, what's the stress level right now for Ella and her alliance when, you're kind of in the crosshairs, this it may not go well for you? What are they thinking right now?
Well, losing off of a penalty is always one of the worst ways to lose. Generally, it can be in your control. It could be out of your control. It could be something your partners did. It could be a weird strategy, or you accidentally bump somebody here. Ultimately, in games when they're this tight, the stress level can be pretty high on the penalties.
And then as a mentor, Dan, how do you try to kind of talk them down and just, let that feeling and emotion pass out?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is, let's wait and see. If it's a yellow card, but it didn't alter the score, you can say, okay, we learned our lesson. We know what we can't do. If you don't know what you can't do, if you're not sure why you got the yellow card, by all means, you need to send your representative out. There's a question mark box on the ground. You stand there, the head ref will come over. You need to ask, tell me exactly what we did. I want to understand exactly what that penalty was for so that we do not commit the same infraction again. Then, once you know it, once you understand what happened, then it's easy to say, okay, look, we're going to modify our strategy a little bit. Maybe this is a danger zone on the field. We're not going to go over there anymore. We're going to play, shift it a little bit towards the safe side of the field more. But there's nothing to worry about as long as you know what to change.
This is one of those instances where after you get your results, you want to pull your drive team to the side, and tensions have been high, adrenaline's been high, it's been a long day for the students. You want to calm everybody down and really take a breather for a minute so they're focused for the next match.
Well, let's jump downstairs and check in with Kaylee and get some insight from her.
Hey guys, I'm here with Maddie. She is from the Blue Alliance. Maddie, obviously some things going on right now. What do you think might have happened?
Well, it seems, originally I thought it was because a red robot died in the blue source zone and our robot was hitting them as we were trying to get notes from the source. So I thought that maybe the Red Alliance was questioning that and our behavior there, but it sounds like 68's driver station fell on the floor and caused something to die. So I think maybe that's what Alliance 2 is questioning. Honestly, I'm not quite sure right now. Just hoping that when the score comes, it's in our favor. But I can't be sure what the refs are discussing.
All right, Dan and Dan, for now, we're going to send it back up to you and try to see what the refs came up with.
Thanks, Kaylee.
So I don't know if you remember last weekend, we had a match replay. That match replay was because a robot slammed into the driver's station wall hard enough that it made the robots on that side of the field lose connection. Essentially, I mean, what's been happening is we've been getting more and more powerful motors in first. We have brushless motors now. They're more efficient. We have even better brushless motors this year than we've had in the past. These robots are moving faster and hitting harder than ever before. A rule update came out, I think, a week ago now, before last week's events. It was basically reminding teams that, hey, if you are damaging the arena, we can call penalties on you for that. So if the situation was that a robot slammed into the wall hard enough to make the driver's station of an opposing alliance's robot break, we might see a yellow card for that.
Yeah, note to all alliances, please do not build a functioning tank. These machines have to, kind of just be chill, for lack of a better term.
Right, but I mean, we see those big hits in the middle of the field when they're both crossing at full speed. And you see it a lot too when the note is on the ground right in front of the wall. I don't think I've seen very many robots that go up and stop short of the wall and take the note and leave. They're all just mashing it into the wall to make sure they get that note as fast as possible, because every second matters.
Well, this is a protracted discussion.
Yep.
For sure.
It's interesting because head ref has made the rounds, talked to everybody. My guess at this stage would mean that it's still not completely clear what they want to do. They might actually be talking to headquarters. So what can happen is there is basically a live support line. It's a Slack, it's a chat support essentially with first headquarters. So there is one person whose job it is to support this event remotely, any questions they have. If there's a borderline penalty call that they're very concerned about, they can actually give the information to first headquarters, who can look at match logs, they can look at all of the data from the match that was just played, and they can also tie in the head ref of all head refs. There's one lead ref for the entire, the entire world that can then give them guidance as well.
And HQ is off-site completely somewhere else.
Yep, it'll be in Manchester. So first headquarters is in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Well, if you wanted a break, we're giving you a break. And they're going to move ahead to match 7 while they still sort out the result of match 6.
Yep, sounds like we will not get a score yet. They're waiting for an answer on something. And it could be a rule interpretation. It could be a communications issue that was caused by this. It's hard to tell from here. I mean, I didn't see the ref talking to the FTAs as much as I would expect if it was a communication problem. I saw them more talking to each other. But yeah, no, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
And as you mentioned earlier, this might just be a consistency problem. I mean, we've seen this problem or this foul happen across multiple different events, even outside of Michigan, and it might just be that First International is trying to make sure that we're calling something consistently across venues.
Yep, and actually, I mean, that's one of the cool things they do is after every week of events, there will be a referee call, or there will be updates for the referees saying, hey, look, these are the things we saw last week. These are the ways that we need to make sure everybody is calling this particular, play or incidents. And so as we move later in the season, we expect the referees to get better and better and more, kind of unified.
Let's go downstairs and check with Kaylee. She's got a question for us.
I did have a question, as the ref is sitting here talking to the Blue Alliance, talking to some of their coaches and everything. Is it common to have to maybe redo a match?
I wouldn't say it's common. We did have 2 replays last week at Muskegon, so it can happen. For a match to be replayed, essentially what we're looking for is a field fault. So the first criteria is, did something on the field break that was not the team's fault? The second question then is, did that breakage affect the outcome of the match? Was that cause for a team to lose when they had a chance to win? If both of those are true and the teams won it, then we could potentially replay a match. So they have to kind of go through that ladder of consequences before we replay here.
And our official policy from up here is we're not a fan of replays of matches.
We want to play, we have to play 13 matches in a best 2 out of 3 finals. I like the third match in the finals because it's exciting, but I want 16 very exciting matches and no more.
Well said. So on to match 7. And here's what we have. The #1 alliance, Clarkston, Bishop Foley, and Seaholm against Bloomfield Hills, Troy, and Warren.
Yep, so second test now for that #1 alliance. They handled the first matchup versus the 8 seed, kind of no problem. We'll see how they do against the #4 seed here. Our #4 is the winner of our 81-81 tie in their previous match.
So 81 points. That's nice, but you're going to have to bring a little bit more into this match. Zach, what is the Red Alliance thinking they need to bring more of to get those points?
Well, the Red Alliance is probably going to play a similar strategy to their first match, being the highest offensive power. The Blue Alliance is probably going to change something to try and combat that. It looks like this team all the way closest to us on the field, I think it's
95-58.
95-58. Yeah, they're lined up to head towards the center of the field. It could be they're going to attempt to race rings at the center, or it could be because 226 has got an autonomous that'll pick up all 3 of those rings up close. So it depends on their alliance strategy.
We'll have to see. It would not be a bad strategy if you could drive to the center and park there, thus blocking the extra notes from the other alliance. If you can't do it yourself, but you can mess them up so the other alliance can't do it, that's just as good.
We have seen at other events, some teams have had autonomouses that have just driven to the center line and pushed those rings off their mark so that other teams can't pick them up.
So we dive into match 7. And the highest scoring team so far today here at Troy Athens is competing right now. That's the Red Alliance.
Small issue with 910. They've got a note stuck inside that robot. It did not fire out. I think it stopped them from picking up, but let's see if it's jammed or if it just didn't fire.
That's the Foley Freeze from Madison Heights Bishop Foley High School. And they come out of autonomous in good shape. 30+ points.
So they pick something up. Let's see what happens when they shoot here. Okay, it looks like everything's cleared and they are functional.
Good news for the Foley Freeze and a good note score there for the Team Rush robot, the Gold Rush robot from Clarkston.
960 doing a good job of waiting until the amplification period was over before they dropped the next note in. And 27 playing that dump and chase strategy.
See a couple of Red Alliance robots moving into position. And a throw over there towards the Automation Nation robot Rex.
So we'll see here, Red's looking to score and then amplify. 2960 a little bit late.
But Blue Alliance is really slowed down point-wise.
You can see that the Red Alliance is really effectively cycling because only 9, 10, and 27 are coming back to the feeder station. They're having 2960s play midfield defense and amplify the notes that Rush is lobbing.
Red Alliance gets a big splash in that amplified point session.
Yeah, that was a long time sitting on amplified ready and not using it for Red. So I'm not sure if that was optimal for them, but they are pulling very, very far ahead in this match.
Blue Alliance has a lot of catching up to do. We'll see what they can do at the end here.
226, that was very close to a penalty in the loading zone. They got away with it though.
They do have 1 dead robot in their loading zone, which is going to help, or going to hurt 226 with their pickups.
Robots trying to move into position to get on stage. Blue Alliance might have to get some harmony points out of this if they're going to make this interesting.
2834 is back up. But really, they only have time to maybe go hang. And they're not moving. We saw them fold up and turn and then stop moving.
Yeah, that is not a good finish for the Blue Alliance. And the Red Alliance was pretty steady Eddie the whole way through.
Yeah, comfortable match again for the #1 seed. I do think, I mean, they're keying their amplifications on 27. Makes sense, 27 is kind of the biggest scorer. But they sat on one of their amplifications for so long until 27 came back and still only got 1 note out of it. So if they had amplified, I think 27 might have been able to come in late, sneak a second shot off, but worst case scenario, you go 1 for 1 and you're still able to start building that next amplification period up.
And I don't know if it's making a difference or not, because it's really hard to hear down on the field as you're a driver, but the concept of the 12th man from football is coming into play here. I don't know if you can tell, but the rush crowd behind us is counting down the amplification timer for their alliance.
Yep. Which is helpful. It is shown in a lot of places. We can see the lights around the speaker and the subwoofer that tell us when it's amplified and as it's counting down. Also, in the driver's station, there is a screen with a number that will tell you kind of how much time you have amplified as well. But if you don't have to look up and you know, read the numbers and make that translation in your mind, you can just listen to the countdown. It's probably a little easier on the drive team.
Let's do a recap of our autonomous mode. Well, hold on that. We have an announcement on who our winner is here in match 8. That is a Red Alliance win. Pretty comfortable, almost 30 points.
Yeah, yep. 94 though, right, is down from what this alliance put up before. 94 is lower than the 95s we've seen. We saw 2 95s scored. So #1 alliance with a comfortable win, but showing maybe they're not going to be able to walk away with this thing.
Downstairs we go to Kaylee Marentet.
Hey guys, I'm here with Luke from the Red Alliance and Ellie from the Blue Alliance. Ellie, you guys had a bot down over here for a little while. Any idea what happened?
Yeah, that was us. We had a Robo Rio reboot during the middle of the match, and then we had another robot that just couldn't drive. So we had no robot code and no comms for a while. So
both fixable.
Yeah, we also had like an intake jam, so like everything should be able to be fixed and perfectly fine for the next match, hopefully.
All right, sounds good. Luke, obviously, guys, happy with the score here and happy with the win. What do you think led to that victory?
I think there was a lot of good communication that's happening behind our alliance as far as when we're amplified, what we need. We've been doing a feeding strategy, so we're getting some notes tossed over to the field. So I think overall our communication's been going well, but we're going to work on our pathing for the next match because we did get a little bit of congestion down at the source during that match.
All right, thank you guys. Good luck in the next round. Dan and Dan.
Kaylee, thank you. Let's post our results from match 8. And again, we said Red Alliance 94-65, but Zach, why don't you break down the scores for us here?
Yeah, really a clean match from the Red Alliance in terms of cycling. I think where you see the difference in your 94 to the 104 that they had previously is in the autonomous period. There were some pretty early missed notes in that side. The Blue Alliance obviously struggling with not having their full alliance offensive firepower, and 65 is still a decent score, but not when you compare it to the 94 that the Red Alliance is putting up.
75 speaker points. I think we had an 85 speaker point score, right?
Yep.
So high, but not the highest.
Right, yeah. I mean, a great score, don't get me wrong. 94 points is good.
But you don't want to drop down when you could move forward.
You would like there to be no overlap between your lowest score and the other alliance highest scores.
Right.
And our #1 alliance here, it was a question of if they would be able to do that or not. And it looks like we might be in for some matches.
So here we go, we're moving to match 8.
This is Alliance 7 in red versus Alliance 3 in blue. Again, they both won their first match. 7 put up 95 points, Alliance 3 put up 95 points.
So what you're saying is it's close.
I think it's going to be close. Again, number 7 is my sleeper pick, kind of in red. That 469 pick in the second round, based on how good that robot is when it doesn't break, means that this alliance is very dangerous, and it did not break. None of those robots broke in their first match. If they can keep that up, they're going to be able to make a run here.
Autonomous period starting right now. as the machines are turned loose for the first 15 seconds. Blue Alliance coming in
Very good.
strong right away.
Red even stronger though. One missed pickup by 247, but and a missed shot by 469, just as I was about to say, no missed shots.
The Dan Kimura jinx strikes again.
I gotta stop doing that. 31-17 though, Red big lead.
Los Gorillas.
And blue is amplified. We'll see if 2851 get the shot off. That was a very early amplification. They're gonna get one more. Yes, they got one more out of that as the lights turned off.
2851 machine for the Blue Alliance, the Revolution from Utica Academy for International Studies.
Red is ready to go. They're amplified. Oh, okay. 217 almost accidentally shot a ring toss shot there. You can actually see though, there is one note stuck on top of Red's stage. So that was one of those lob shots, one of those dump and chase shots.
Yeah.
If it gets stuck on the stage though, you're just wasting your time. 217, that robot is broken. There is no way that intake is supposed to be that twisted.
That's the Thunder Chickens robot from Utica Community Schools.
They are able to tilt up their shooting mechanism and pick up directly from the source though, so it doesn't seem to be affecting them at all.
It does look like the strategy changed, and I think that might be why they were doing some of those dump and chase shots instead of crossing the field. But yeah, they are playing around it. Blue playing some very risky defense right by the red loading zone here, and playing it clean thus far.
Berkeley High School's robot, the Team 247 to Bears robot, also known as Baritone.
All right, we'll see.
Ooh, missed there by 4998 Tesla.
Blue up by 1 point, but red has an amplifier. Oh no, they don't. 469 dropped it.
Well, these scores very close here as we come down to the final 30 seconds.
And dropped again. 469 needs to get this in the amp.
Fell short. Still struggling with it. Now they're going to just go to a different.
Blue now has their amplification with 9618 and 4998 coming into play.
Yeah, we'll see. They have just enough time to shoot this and maybe get to the chains.
Blue Alliance avoiding the stages. Now they try to crash last minute. They only get one. Boy, this is very close.
47, I think, is touching the ground. So 96-18, man, that corner, I can't tell if that's scraping. I think it's swinging enough that they'll get it, in which case, this is only one bonus point for red. And blue is up by more than that. It was that missed amplification at the end of the match. 469 unable to drop the second note in the amp. If they had hit that, I think they scored 2 or 3 notes afterwards, scored 1 note while waiting for it to happen. So those 6 or 8 points could have easily been 15, 17 points.
Well, that was a very well played match, but again, mechanical issues come up all different ways.
And I don't know what it was. It looked like just wasn't going in. I didn't see anything not working right on the robot. Maybe the driver wasn't lined up correctly. Maybe that note, we talked about wear in the notes as they get beat up. Maybe it didn't fly out of the robot the way that they're used to.
Their driver station is directly in front of the amp, so
yep, good vision.
And here's our autonomous mode, starting with the Blue Alliance.
You can see blue again using those amp scores.
They started fast, but eventually they got caught.
Right, you can see 469 here with like another fadeaway shot, very good. 217 picking up the last one, and 247 misses that middle one as 469 misses the shot.
Yeah.
And we see 217, actually I missed that live. 217 put one over the top. Missing over the top is the worst kind of miss.
Why?
If you miss and it falls back on the field, you're still going to score that later. But if you miss and it goes off the field, that note is dead to you.
So we're going to tally the points. Blue Alliance comes out with a win. Not by much, 91-86.
Yeah, I mean, I got to harp on it one more time. If that amplification had gone off at the end of the match, it's only 5 points. That is one amplified note in the speaker. And they would have had that and more. I actually think if they had hit that amp
score when they were trying to do it the first time, I think we would be looking at an extra, so instead of 3 2s, 3 5s, right? So we'd be looking at an extra 9 points here, and it'd be another 95-point score out of them.
Downstairs we go to Kaylee.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ty from the Blue Alliance and Bennett from the Red Alliance. Obviously a good win for you guys. What was your strategy coming into this past game?
So our strat was just to go for a triple offense, and we did want to get our 2 amps into an auto, but we were unable to make the second one, and we were just trying to run as many cycles as possible, just like the last match.
It seemed like you guys also snuck in a little bit of defense there though, but all clean.
Yeah, we did get just a little bit of defense in there. We did end up breaking our intake at the end of the match though, so we got to repair that.
All right, sounds good. What are you going to take away from this game, Bennett, that you think needs to be applied into other matches? What went right here?
So I think overall we had a pretty good strategy, good shooting from all of us. We 247 had a drivetrain problem where our robot switched into robot-centric, but that's a pretty easy fix, and I think our next match go pretty well.
A very close game for both of you guys. Thank you both, and good luck for your next match. Back upstairs to you guys.
Thanks, Kaylee. As we break down the scoreboard, 91-86. Zach, what jumps out for you?
Well, what jumped out to me in that match is 96-18 is actually playing as a tank drive, and they're cycling very well for a tank drive robot. In the FRC, we've moved a lot to this swerve drive, where as you can see, robots are translating and turning at the same time as they move around the field, whereas a tank drive can't. It's a little bit harder to drive, and it means that they have a higher driving skill on their team. They also put 2851 strictly on amp cycles, which I think helped cleared up some of their shooting lanes.
So close, but a Blue Alliance win.
Yep, good news for Red. That was their first loss. They're not out of it yet, just dropping down to the lower bracket.
Ring strategy is something that Kaylee is learning more about. Let's check in with her downstairs.
Hey guys, yeah, one thing that I noticed early today is that with these rings, obviously new this year, is that team members are having to push these rings really far down for these spots. I've seen quite a few problems since these rings are made out of styrofoam. They're a little bouncy and lightweight, so they're actually leaning up against the glass. And I've seen a few team members try to kick it off the glass, but a lot of these bots haven't been able to get some of these rings up here. So I don't know if that's something that teams are going to have to re-strategize for, but I've at least seen a few matches where rings are left right here in the corner. Just something I wanted to bring up to you. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, there's a couple things that I want to bring up with that. One is human players have to practice too. Depending on how you drop it, it controls how it hits the field. You don't have to just let go and let gravity do all the work. You can give it a little bump. And so if it is falling back and you don't have enough exit velocity, just kind of give it a little push as it goes through to get it to drop. You'll also see some teams are very good about knowing how to bump into it, back up, and let it fall. And that's another thing that the human player has to keep in mind is you want to drop it early enough that it's settled before the robot gets there, but not so early that the other team can come in and steal it.
You know, Zach, last week when Dan and I were in Muskegon, there was some PVC pipe that was on the... Now, I've just thought, does that come out of the ring? Or where does that originate from?
That one was from a robot.
Okay, from a robot.
Yeah,
all right.
Broken robot.
And, oh, sorry, Kaylee,
yeah,
back
guys,
to you.
I have noticed that team members coming back out here, especially from the Red Alliance, coming and pushing it a little bit harder each time that they did. If they just drop it in there, it'll fall and rest up right against them. But some team members are starting to get the hang of it, or some of them dropping it right into a pocket of a bot. But definitely something I've noticed that has been adjusted throughout the day.
Yep, absolutely.
So TLC for the notes. Rings and notes are the same thing.
And that is a mark of a team that's got their stuff together, right? Like, it's not always the best place that the human player can see. So they might drop the note and look away. You can be sure, though, that on some of our high-seeded teams here, some of our high-functioning teams, when they drop that note, if it's getting stuck up multiple times, as soon as that match ends, somebody's coming down and telling the human player, like, you got to do something different. We'll see. I don't actually know what's happening next. I don't know if we're going to get a result from the match that we did not get our result from yet. I don't know if we're going to replay that, or I don't know if we're going to be able to move on and start the next round without without that match result. The next match on the schedule involves the loser of that match, I believe.
Right, and we're still waiting on an update for that. So we will hope that Allen and company can. Yeah, we're in a holding pattern in terms of moving on to another match, like you just said.
I believe the way that the system is coded, because we need the result of that match to have our second contestant in the next match, we're stuck here. During the earlier stages, right, like when we're doing what we call the qualification rounds, where it's random partners and random opponents, you can skip over a match if there is a valid reason to do so and come back and play it again later. That is typically not the case, though, here in the playoffs. So I think we're going to have to wait for our answer from Manchester and get a winner and a loser from match number, what was it, match number 6, Alliance 2 versus Alliance 6.
Earlier today, Kaylee Marentet had a chance to talk to one of our title sponsors from Aptiva. Let's join that interview right now.
I'm joined by Jeff. He is a coach for Thunder Chickens and the chief engineer with Aptiv, who is the title sponsor for this event. Thanks for joining us here.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, tell us a little bit about what you do with Aptiv.
So as a chief engineer, I run a team of engineers that work in our electrical distribution systems division, which is basically automotive wiring systems. So our students on the robotics team do wiring on their robots, so I have the opportunity to connect what I do in the real world at Aptiv with what the students are doing here in the first robotics program, so it's kind of fun.
So like what I just said, Aptiv is the title sponsor for this event. Why is it important for you guys to sponsor events like this and make sure that they go on?
Yeah, so I mean, I've personally, it's been a pleasure of mine to have my company be so invested in something that I care so personally about, you know, individually. But Aptiv, I think, recognizes the value and importance of, you know, inspiring our next generation of engineers, right? These are future students that are going to be future engineers working for companies like ours and other companies in the industry. And these programs just really give them a strong head start in their potential future career paths. So, you know, Aptiv has been a big sponsor, investor, and, you know, even through our employee mentoring, very significantly involved in FIRST Robotics for many, many years now.
You just mentioned the word mentor, and there's a lot of mentorship opportunities. Do you want to talk about that, how many Aptiv offers?
Sure, yeah. I think currently Aptiv has over 100 employees that are mentoring FIRST Robotics team across 7 of our locations throughout, you know, I mean, we're a global company, but I think primarily in the U.S. So it's a pretty significant amount of employees that are involved. I think we're involved in over 80 FIRST Robotics teams helping them out. So
80.
that's
oh my goodness.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Talk about just how much Aptiv has grown, and obviously you've seen a lot of more interest with Aptiv and robotics. If you just want to talk about that relationship and how it's grown.
Yeah. Well, Aptiv as a company, I mean, we've had a very interesting development growth over the years. I mean, right now our core focus is on safety electronics. We've done a lot with autonomous, and of course the power and signal or electrical distribution systems part that I do. So we have, you know, all of the aspects of for any automotive OEM to you know, to develop end-to-end solutions for their electrical safety systems in the vehicle. So. And then with FIRST Robotics, I mean, you can see these robots, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're sensors and computing, software-driven. Of course, they've got wiring and connection systems. All those same components and systems are what we do at Aptiv, obviously on a larger, more sophisticated scale. But everything the students are experiencing here plays into, you know, what we do in the real world. And that's, you know, again, it's such a great experience for these students as before they're even going to college, right?
Yeah.
They've already got this. You know, as a mentor, I always say the students come into the program curious. You know, they've got a curiosity and maybe mechanical, electrical, programming, whatever it may be, and they leave confident, right? So as they go off to college, they've built that confidence. They've maybe secured their or confirmed their career interests. So the degree that they're pursuing isn't a question mark, but it's something they really know they're passionate about and want to do.
Speaking of careers and coming out of college, do you know, has Aptiv do they look at hiring robotics students?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got first robotics students that are apprentices. They work for us as summer interns while they're going through college. I've even had employees that are former first robotics students, and one of which was even from my team, which is kind of great. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you too, Thunder Chickens, I will say, its States last year was one of the most hyped teams I have ever seen. From the chicken outfits to the loud lime color, I mean, you guys have done great. Talk about what your excitement is for the rest of this year.
Yeah, so last year at States was pretty amazing
guys were fun.
journey for us. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. We usually have a pretty loud crew. I mean, they're very team spirit oriented. This season's been great for us. We started off today ranked 10th here, and we're hoping to finish in the top 10 and see where we go from here. So, but the most important part of what we do is inspiring these students, and regardless of where we rank and how we place and whether we win or not, it's about the journey the students take, and we've really had some great successes and stories with our students this season, which is what it's all about.
It is. It's really what it's all about. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jeff. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dan and Dan, back up to you.
Yeah, the Thunder Chickens are a long-time mainstays here. So we're very glad to continue with their involvement. And, we talk all the time about how the importance of having organizations and sponsors commit to investing back into, First in Michigan robotics and everything. And, we're going to show a graphic that kind of explains what the monetary involvement is.
Yep, of course, we have a state grant here in Michigan that is available to, I think, every public school team, which helps pay for some of the entry fees. This is not the cheapest program. You can tell, obviously, we're building big robots. A lot of stuff goes into these robots, a lot of expensive parts. There's computers, sensors. Brushless motors are not cheap. So your initial sign-up is thousands of dollars. And then to sign up if you make it to the state championship is a bit extra. And to go to Worlds if you qualify is a bit on top of that. Actually, a big chunk, because it's also in Houston, Texas. So you've got travel, you've got overnight hotels. Another one of the issues that we found is finding mentors for teams. So another thing that's new in the last couple years that Gail Alpert, president of First in Michigan, has been able to put together is sort of a signing bonus for coaches. So the idea is, hey, if we can get you a little bit more money to coach a first team like you would if you were coaching a football team, is that going to attract more people to start and continue to mentor teams?
Yeah, money talks in every way as we give you that graphic of what is the incentivization for the teams and for the coaches.
Yep, and so there you see it. In your first year, you can walk away with $21,500 of grant money. That does a lot to get your team going. That's actually more than you probably need for your first year. Also on this slide that I want to bring up is the other issue with rookie teams is figuring out how to do it. Like how do you get through a season? And so we've got these 2 preseason workshops for teams where rookie teams can come in, go through kind of a build of stuff. And actually I led both of those workshops. We did one of them at Kettering, one of them also at Kettering and Grand Valley State. Brought in all these rookie teams, really showed them, what the major tools that they were going to need for the season are.
And this virtual robotics studio, another layer, another resource for all the kids and mentors that are launching their teams.
Yeah, that guy looks familiar. And again, this was how can we continue this, right, and give support during the actual build season. And what First did this year for the first time ever is they put a kit robot that can sort of play the game in the kit of parts. Got to buy a few extra things, but the idea was there, the plans were there. And the idea is you start with this and then you can build on top of it. So the floor is higher. So teams are coming out onto the field with a robot that can drive, that can score, that can play the game. And our thought was, hey, when you get this packet of instructions or a packet trying to teach you how to program, it's like a textbook. Some people can do that, some people can learn from that, and that's great. But we see so much now is like, what do you do when you want to learn how to fix something or you want to learn how to do something? You go to YouTube, you watch a video on it. And that was the idea with the virtual robotics studio. So we're making these videos that are accessible to teams. They can watch them anytime. That will guide you through the entire building process.
Side note, Dan Kimura did not ask Zach or myself to participate in the virtual studio. He wanted to do it all on his own.
Yeah, yep. Very
Anyway,
selfish.
Very selfish. We will see a lot of you at the Michigan State Championship in a couple of weeks, specifically Friday and Saturday at Saginaw Valley State. All those teams, 7,000 fans, spectators, and drivers, etc. Teams in attendance. It's open to everybody, free to the public, and again, just the apex of the robotics season. Very, very highly anticipated, and great turnout expected as well. So we're going to have our replay from match 6.
Yep, I don't think we've gotten word as to what the issue was, but it does sound like first direction was to replay the match. So we're gonna do it all over again. Alliance 2 versus Alliance 6. And again, so for us to replay a match like this, it means that something on the field did not work as expected. It's possible that when a robot hit the end station, things were damaged, but it was not maybe a hard enough hit, or it was maybe not an intentional hit, or so there are ways that you can call this to say that, hey, the field should have been able to survive that, and it didn't.
And from a team perspective, this is another data point for you. You're playing a different alliance in each stage of the bracket, but you've now already played this team, and you know what's going to happen, so you can adjust your strategy or tweak this auto here or run this path here to try and edge them out this time.
So if you were trailing, it's really an advantage for you because it wipes the slate clean.
Yeah. Now, the flip side of that coin is you open up for another opportunity for robot breaks or shot misses, or you have to weigh that disadvantage versus advantage. But
so 2 versus 6 as we replay match 6.
It's been so long, I don't remember what the preliminary score was.
I thought was that the one that was tied 81?
No, I think it was close. But I don't think this one was tied going into the end game. I think red was winning. I think 68, we saw some issues and them stop moving. And I think that had blue down on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we were seeing 68 do some of that lob shot with 1188 struggling at the amp before. We'll see if they clean some of that up for the replay.
And we don't know specifically what was wrong integrity-wise with the field, right? We just
we haven't heard, and it's nothing that I can. Right. This one, unfortunately, is complicated enough. I can't puzzle it out from up here.
Well, you could just guess like you do all the time on everything else.
Yeah.
So we're just a few seconds away from getting a green light go for autonomous, although we still have 2 technicians out on the field for the Run Alliance, so I guess we're not quite there yet.
Those are FTAs, or at least one of them is, and they're looking at team 201. So generally that's not being able to connect to the field, and they're trying to assist the team to get ready for the match.
Yep. So they are connected, though. We can tell from the stack light status. It did connect. This is probably then a camera issue. Sometimes the camera doesn't show up, and you got to reboot some stuff. And I say that the other option is controllers, but since the hands are in the robot, seems like the issue is coming from that side.
So the unofficial score from that last match 6 that is obviously void now, 86 Blue Alliance, 82 Red Alliance. So yes, very close.
And so, and we're hearing it just that they're telling us it was an arena fault, which doesn't let us know specifically again what broke. Guessing that we didn't see anything physically broken, but there are a few things. The amps, we ran into some of that last week. Sometimes the amps don't count correctly. You can also have the speaker not score correctly. They're usually keeping an eye on that, especially in playoff matches. So maybe the amp didn't work. Maybe it was an impact on the driver station wall that caused a temporary disconnect. Really still could be just about anything. The one thing we know it wasn't is the stages did not fall over.
And we do have the field in working order, so it's time to jump back into action here on match 9. So Teleop begins. Red Alliance.
2 missed shots from Red, and 17-18 picked up one of the misses and scored it.
It's the Fighting Pie from Armada.
3 on the ground on the blue side, too. 29-24, very close.
Pretty good autonomous scores.
Now, what we didn't see announced, and I'm not sure if this is accurate, but there is a yellow card being shown for the Blue Alliance.
Wow.
So I don't think that was called. This must have been from the replay match. I guess you can get... I see. So this might be an error. That it might not be a yellow card, even though it's showing on the display.
Cybercats firing notes for the Red Alliance.
68 not moving. Something is wrong.
That's the Trucktown Thunder.
They are able to tilt their shooter up and down, so they're able to do something, but it looks like they're having a drive problem.
Yeah, they're connected. So, man, but to lose all the drive motors, it's...
And they're in a critical position on the field where they're blocking their partners to get to the source.
Yep, if they had done that on the blue line instead of the red line, it would have been great. And in fact, Red has an, penalty there on 573, a little too close. Red has an option here. If they get enough of a lead, they could actually pull a robot, put them on defense, use 68 as a dead robot as part of a blockade, and be really effective shutting down Red, or shutting down Blue. But it doesn't look like they're going to play that way.
Red Alliance exploiting the opportunity with the downed Blue Alliance robot.
1188 has a note stuck on the side of the robot. They are done now for the match if they can't get that out. Meanwhile, Red amplifies and gets some big points.
That's the Mech Warriors robot Venom from Marion and Brother Rice High Schools.
Yep, so 573 now left basically to carry the load solo, which is not going to work out well.
They're way behind. And we'll see what the robots do towards getting on stage. That's, well, there's still a big hurdle for the Blue Alliance.
1188 cleared that miss, or that stuck note, but I mean, 10 seconds left. They'll get one shot off.
And the Red Alliance just attacking that stage from all 3 angles, stage right, left, and center.
Indeed. Great finish, though, by 573 Mech Warriors. They went up, they got the trap. They're also hanging on a chain with the human player ring on the speaker above them. So that is a massive endgame solo by 573, essentially. You get 5 points for the trap, 3 points for the hang, and a bonus point for that human player thrown note. So 9 points there, 1 more point for 1188 being parked. Gives Blue 10. Red, I don't know if we had 2 or 3 up. I think it was all 3 up, but that's still only 9 points. Somehow, 573 carries the end game for a small advantage for Blue.
But still, Zach, with that Blue Alliance robot, DOA, that's going to be tangible.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Blue to pull themselves out of this one. One of the interesting strategies Red was doing was that 201 was actually being used as a feeder robot. So they were cycling just like the other 2, but they were dropping rings off right in front of the amp, and they were depending heavily on 17-18 to pick those up and score them, and then pick up additional notes and score in the speaker.
Right, and that is a little bit slower, right, than taking the shot themselves. So what that tells us is a couple things. 1, 201 is not confident in their speaker shot. Or 2, by leaving the notes on the ground, they're better able to play the amplified periods.
So there's our winner, the Red Alliance.
91, a lot better score for them. Well, not a lot better. They did 88 in their first match, but 91 back up over that 90-point threshold. That will be the end of Alliance 6, I believe. So that was a lower bracket match. Alliance 6 has been eliminated.
So let's take a look and get right in on that Blue robot that was hit and basically neutered
68.
from right there. Ooh, that's a good pop.
That was it, and they stopped moving after that. We saw some motion on the robot. Their arm moved a little bit. I think their wheels were able to spin. Their launcher wheels, not the drive wheels. Man, and what takes out the whole drive? They might have lost.
Probably a CAN bus.
Yeah.
I would suspect that because their lights were blinking like that, they have those coded to do a failure mode for if they were to lose a CAN bus.
That is the most likely, I think.
Let's go downstairs to Kaylee.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ella from the Red Alliance. Ella, obviously this was a rematch. What did you guys change up between the first game and this one?
I think we worked on our timing a lot. We were able to hold off on amplifying until the pie were back, and that really amplified how many points we could get.
Oh, it sounds like we're taking a 10-minute break. What do you guys want to maybe change going into the next one? Obviously there was a lot of anticipation coming up to this rematch.
Yeah. For the next one, I think it's still just working on timing, making sure we're hitting that amp button so we can get as many points as possible.
Okay, sounds good. Ella, thank you so much. Good luck next round. Dan and Dan.
Kaylee, thank you. And that is a very much under the weather robot. That's the Truck Town Thunder. Robot is Screech from Brandon High School.
We got, just because Dan loves it when I do this, FTA shirt down there. That is Jacob, he was a lead FTA for the state for a while. He's going to be telling this team a couple things. The first thing is like, hey, sorry, this was definitely your robot, not the field. There will be no chance of a replay here. But he doesn't stop there. He's going to try to find out what happened. And something about Jacob is he works for Cross the Road Electronics, one of the companies that manufactures a lot of the components that are probably inside this robot. So they're getting help not only from the field tech specialist, but also from one of the company specialists.
So it's kind of bad news first and then good news after that.
Exactly.
Okay. Good job, Jacob. Well done. Let's move to our scoreboard and break down this 91-60 win for the Red Alliance, Zach.
Yep, so that 91 is including a 5-point penalty, so we are still seeing about 80-ish, 85 points from this number 2 Alliance, so we'll see how that progresses as they eventually come to fold with later winning teams in the bracket. Most of it, I think, is coming from they're simplifying the game. The Alliance is really keying in on fighting Pi as their number 1 scorer, right? And so they're able to tell the other teams on the Alliance to watch out for them for amplification, to feed them with notes, to watch out for them for scoring. So that's really the key here.
It's an interesting situation in this game where you want to load separately so you're not in each other's way, but you want to shoot all at the same time when the amp is active. So they're finding ways to do that. They're finding ways to make sure that 17-18 has the note. They're ready to go when 54-36 makes it back across the field, so they can both fire at the same time and make full use of that amplification period.
Earlier today, Kaylee Marentet had a chance to sit down and visit with one of the new teams and their new coaches from Cabrini High School.
I'm joined by Corinne Topolsky. She is the coach for 96-18. Thanks for joining us here today.
Thanks for having me.
So 96-18, new team, new coach. Talk about what it's been like for you guys first year.
It's been a big learning curve, but so far a successful one. The kids have been excited from the very beginning, and now since we've been competing, the excitement's just grown so much.
So there's 10 kids on the team. What has it been like, like you said, a big learning curve, how handling 10 kids that are all going through this, you're going through it for the first time, what has it been like for you?
A little bit overwhelming at times, especially now that we're competing, but in the build season, it went pretty smoothly because I'm a biology teacher at Cabrini as well. So some of the kids I see every day in class, and the students I don't see, I see them after school anyways. So just having it's essentially a school sport. They know where to go each day. They're easy to get a hold of.
So you are, from Cabrini. The school got a new principal. Principal is a big fan of First. Talk to me about the process of his idea kind of bringing a robotics team to the school and then also kids being interested. How did that relationship come about?
So Mr. Gilbertson started as principal just this school year, and he's helped start teams at different schools in the past. And I believe the beginning of the school year, a few students also came to him and said, we're interested in robotics or something similar. So that just meshed together well. So he started the process of registering the team, sent out an email to the teachers asking, is anyone willing to coach? So I was aware of First. I had never mentored First before, but I said, I'll give it a try, and the students who were already interested obviously came up. There were many kids who are interested in robotics and the mechanics, but didn't know what FIRST specifically was.
Sure.
So between those kids, bringing in their friends, that's how we have the team that we have.
So you pretty much have a part-time job here, or maybe full-time job on top of teaching. You guys meet 5 days a week. That's a lot. How do you manage and keep everybody engaged, meeting every day after school?
In the beginning, I told them right off the bat, if you have other sports and practices or homework, if you can't come every single day, we're meeting 5 days a week. If you can only come 2 or 3, that's okay. Or if you need to take a break at the robotics meet to work on homework, that's all right too. So we met every weekday except Wednesday and then Saturdays. So we had basketball players, track athletes. So kids come and go, but there's at least a core group of kids who know what's going on, and they bring in the rotating kids up to speed.
So you talked about how, that it's been good, but it's been a learning curve. But it sounds like things have been great so far for you guys this season. What's your hope for future years?
Well, this year we started off with a district win at Wayne State, and now we're holding our own today. So going forward, just staying competitive. The students have already started talking about looking into Swerve Drive for next year. So growing the team already now, since we've had success, more kids are starting to dip their toe in. So building more of the specific teams of our mechanics, our programming, the advertising, sponsorships. So growing that, getting more of the parents involved and possibly other staff members as well. And just letting more people within Cabrini, but in Allen Park as well, know who FIRST is, who the Tronarchs are, and keep growing.
What would be your advice to a teacher or a parent or somebody that might want to be a coach for the first time?
I would say reach out to other FIRST teams online, in person. I went to the Woodhaven event before we competed, so I could see what it was like from my end. So just network. Everyone has been super helpful, so nice, more helpful than I could ever imagine, because I learned what gracious professionalism was, but I didn't really see it until our team got started, and especially at events. At one point, our robot arm broke off, and before we even had our robot off the field, there were already 2 or 3 other teams ready to help. So just reach out to anyone in FIRST, and they'll let you know where to go.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck for the rest
Thank
of the day, and hopefully for future seasons. All right, back up to you guys.
Thanks, Kaylee. The robotics teams in Michigan just continue to grow and grow, and it's the highest, it's the most populous state for robotics teams.
Yep, more teams than any other state by a lot, and that's driven by, you can see 55 new rookie teams this year. That brings us up to 516, I believe.
And then, Zach, let's revisit those rookie incentives. If you're, moving into robotics for the first time, they're going to kind of offset your time with a little bit of financial gain.
Yeah, and that's super exciting for new coaches. I mean, volunteering is so much time and effort, and it's passion, but to be able to justify that with a little bit of the financial side and using that to support your team is incredible.
Yeah, and Dan Kimura giving back his talent fee for this event is just tremendous, Dan. We can't thank you enough.
Well, we do what we can. Try to help out.
Yep. We'll continue. We'll have more from Troy Athens in a moment as our robotics continues from Troy Athens High School.
We're leading the energy transition in Michigan and creating opportunities for our youth to help us get there, like the environmental fellowship programs we support.
The overall mission of the Huron River Watershed Council is to allow interns and volunteers to be able to contribute to water improvement projects for the Huron River. I became a fellow with HRWC. I think the program is super important for not only organizations such as HRWC, but for young professionals like myself, who look like me, who come from where I come from. A lot of the work that I did with the fellowship and that I'm continuing to do now in my career pushes me in the right direction. So I'm definitely excited for what the future holds.
We know it takes all of us working together to create meaningful, lasting change. Thank you for joining us on our journey, collaborating towards a better tomorrow. Together, we will continue to be best for the world.
Back here at Troy High School, Troy Athens. Our district event presented by Aptiv, a rare Sunday event for us. But we are glad to continue to bring you all the robotics, and again, everything building towards 2 Sundays from now, or 2 Saturdays, sorry.
That one will be on Saturday.
That's right, yep. One day throws off my whole schedule.
Last year, I think, was the first year we started doing Saturday, Sunday events. The idea is just like Sundays don't work for some people, but Fridays don't work for some people.
Right.
You get to save it, missed day of work or school. So this way, teams have some flexibility to pick an event that works for their schedule. I think, too, some of the host schools prefer that we not be there all day on Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, that causes some problems internally for the non-robotics part of school.
Sometimes you get some of those unique opportunities, though, on a Friday where you can have some of your STEM or tech classes come down and walk through and see what some of this is all about, go through the pits, talk through some other teams, gain more interest in the school district. So one of the benefits of being a home team.
That's super helpful.
Yeah, we're glad the schools are willing to accommodate us no matter what, so we appreciate that. Here's our next match coming. Match 9 is a 2 alliance against a 4 alliance. And we're missing a robot.
Yep, we are missing on blue. Looks like 17-18 is not out there, which is a big problem for them. 17-18, one of their, I mean, we were talking about how they were sort of focusing the scoring around that robot, so they are going to need to show up.
Let's get our updated brackets. And we're kind of working from the bottom, the lower bracket, up towards the Alliance 1 and Alliance 3, who are waiting for the next round.
Yep, match 9 we did play, and that was an Alliance 2 victory. Oh no, we're gonna play match 9. Sorry.
And then Zach, what are the 2 alliances 1 and 3? What do they spend doing in this downtime?
This is essentially a cool down period. I mean, you want to first function check your robot after the match. You want to make sure that everything is operated as intended. If you have any issues, you want to fix them and then function check again. Ultimately, your end goal is to have a robot that's clean, ready to go in the match, sitting in the pits, and everybody can step away and breathe for a minute. Because if you can enter a match without your adrenaline spiked and rushing onto the field and changing a battery last minute, that kind of thing, then it gives you an advantage.
Yeah, and I don't know how your team does it, Zach, but my team, we always like to have the team getting the robot ready for the match is not the same as the team that's going to take the robot to the match. So your drivers can be, decompressing this whole time while other people are frantically fixing the robot for them.
Yep, a common strategy for us is that we will break our drivers away immediately after the match. They drop the robot off and they're supposed to be gone. And what they're doing is we have video of the match and we scroll through that, essentially a play-by-play, and we say, what were you thinking here? You know, why did you go for this ring? You know, did you notice that this other team was doing this? You know, talk through all of those things so they can kind of digest that match they just played while it's still fresh in their minds. And then from there we can talk about, you know, here's who you're playing next. You know, this is what the scouting data looks like. We're not going to change anything, or we're going to tweak this one thing. And then from there it's quite literally like get some water, you know, relax for a little bit, stand here for a minute, and we'll grab you when we're ready.
17-18, yep.
Yeah, that's the fighting pie. So we'll wait for that robot to come
in. They are rolling in. They're carrying it on the field now.
In summary, from what you're both saying is, you do have to have a kind of a structure philosophy of what you're going to do in your downtime, so that you're just not kind of aimlessly like in and out.
Yeah, it's the same thing as race cars, right? When that car comes in, you have to have a plan of exactly what's happening so you can get back out to that race.
And it just helps. I mean, if you're scrambling, you can make it work, right? There's nothing that says you can't drag it off the field, have your drivers scramble to get the robot fixed and update the program and get it out on the field and then get ready to go again. It's just the mental load is higher that way. And so if you can plan ahead, right, and break that up amongst different groups, it's going to just be an easier day.
And this is day 3 that these students have been doing this. They were here Friday for load-in, practice matches, camera calibration, a whole day of qualification matches yesterday. They've been here all day this morning. And so, you know, they can get burned out doing that kind of stuff. So you try and keep your drivers and even your pit crew, it's the opposite, right? When the drivers take the robot to the field, the pit crew should be braking, right? You have to have that balance so you can keep your students fresh.
So we're moving to match 10.
Match 9, I think.
Okay. Sorry.
Somehow we thought we played one more than we did.
No, one delay.
It's the replay.
Yeah, replay,
yeah.
And then everything sideways.
But 17-18 is on the field. Everything looks connected from here. They just disconnected. Maybe they restarted something. But we do have an FTA there. Just making sure things are going to work.
Thumbs down. Not a good look.
But that is not a panic thumbs down. That is a thumbs down because we're waiting for it to finish turning on.
Wait a minute. What would a panic thumbs
You
down?
would probably notice it. You'd probably say that's
you mean
a panic.
she would be gesturing?
Nobody's doing anything. You can tell they're standing there watching the computer, which leads me to believe they're waiting for things to boot up and connect.
Okay.
Maybe the laptop had to restart. I don't know. But they know what's happening right now, and they're just waiting.
So there we go. Her lack of animation gives us confidence.
And there's
All right,
a series of functions they do after it connects.
Very good. Well explained.
We got a thumbs up. Drivers behind the line, and 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Autonomous we go.
7-18 misses that first pickup. Not a good sign.
Red Alliance scoring a lot with their preloaded notes. Ditto, though, for the Blue Alliance. Well, it's a pretty good start, especially for Blue and Red.
Keep an eye on 17-18. They missed pickups twice, and they missed the pickup on that note. If they don't get a note picked up soon, we're going to have to... Okay, they got that one.
And that's the Fighting Pie robot that was getting that extra work done before this started.
Yeah, so it is fixed, but maybe not all the way fixed.
Not 100%.
In fact, they're posturing to play. No, they're waiting for a note. That was not clean play in the corner over there.
Yeah, the feds from Rochester High School put that in.
Amplification ready for Blue.
Blue is still showing a pretty big dependency on 17-18, and it looks to be hurting them. I mean, Red is taking more advantage of their amplification cycles right now, and they're more effectively playing as a team.
Cybercats putting that note into the speaker, and a good score there for the Red Alliance's blank Bionic Blackhawks.
This is a long time to sit on the amplification power-up for Blue. They still haven't popped it. They got to do it here, and they do.
Yeah.
Looks like they should be able to get 3 if 54-36 is on
nice.
there. Yep.
Good recovery there by the Cybercats.
But they sat with that queued up, ready to go for almost 15 seconds. Now, waiting until you have the shots is better than, you know, firing it off and only getting one note. But it does show that they're a little bit slower to get ready to fire in the speaker here.
Ooh, good hit by the 17-18 Fighting Pie robot.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing from 17-18 is they have this drop-down roller on the front that helps to feed the note in. I think that is broken, but the internal roller is still working. So they're having to drive a little bit farther onto the notes to pick them up. Their driver's doing a good job of adjusting, but it has slowed them down a little.
Yeah, they score a few notes there to take a very modest lead as we come up on just 15 seconds. We'll see who heads for the stages first.
Yep, so Blue's up by a little bit. Blue has amplification ready, and Blue just got a tech foul in their favor. So this is looking real good for Blue now.
And there is one looking for a couple robots to hang for Blue. Red, not sure if any of those robots got elevated or not.
Yeah, they all look down to me. It looks like maybe 3 points on the red side, 5 points on the blue side, and Blue with a pretty big lead, actually. The last, 20 seconds of that match, Blue just turned it on. Got the penalty points, got the amplified shot in, and came back and picked up a few extra on the stage.
Yeah, it looked like 95-58 pulled off of offensive capability and positioned themselves right in front of the Blue Alliance source, but ultimately 17-18 was just faster around and under the stage to make that ineffective.
Let's go to our autonomous replay. Our first 15 seconds of this match. Start with the Blue Alliance, Zach. What happened here?
Well, 17-18 missed their first shot, and then they hung up on the second note for a little bit. That might be something in their software that says that there's a timeout or they're waiting for that note to come in. But it looks like 54-36 really carried the autonomous here for them.
Yeah, and you can see it's that extended roller that was not firing for 17-18, which they count on.
For Red, they've run this a couple times where they've had their third robot contact Livonia Warriors as they come around, and it looks like they're both staging themselves for cycles coming up, but they aren't actually scoring.
Yep, so one note in the robot at the end did not get fired for the 5-point bonus in autonomous, and one missed shot for Blue. Might have been enough. It wasn't a blowout by any means.
So let's tally up the points and see who got one. Looks like we've got a Blue Alliance win. But by how many points? Well, pretty good, comfortable margin, 82-61.
Yep. 21 points there. So the auto mode, yeah, if they got the 2 extra shots, that's an extra 6 points. That's not bad, but not quite enough.
This is 15 points in penalties, which majority is going to be that tech foul that we saw down here on the left side of the field with them contacting, I believe it was 201 trying to climb.
Yeah, I think there might have actually been a double tech foul at the end of the match there. I think they hit a robot in the loading zone, and then I think they hit a robot that was making a climb. And both of those, of course, are protected locations on the field. If it has your color tape around it.
Yeah, when the timer was counting down to about 20 seconds here, and there were 2 red robots trapped over on the source side, which is a little bit dangerous.
So there we go with, well, the penalty points are tangible.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't change the outcome of the match. A 21-point victory, 15 penalty points. But take the penalty points away, make those 2 shots in autonomous, and now we've got a game.
Yeah. And here's the penalty that.
Yep, definitely there. You can't hit them when they're in and climbing. Looks like that was only 1 at the end, so they picked the other ones up earlier.
Let's get downstairs and connect with Kaylee.
Hey guys, I'm here with Ella from the Blue Alliance. Ella, obviously happy with the win. What do you think went right in this match?
I think our timing with Pi was perfect this match. We were doing a lot better, making sure we're amplifying and we're getting those notes in. And the Fed's helping us by dropping off that extra note really gives us an advantage.
What do you think the biggest challenge has been from the entire day getting to this point?
That's a good question. Just trying to make sure our cycle times are as quick as possible. There's a lot of traffic on the field, so making sure you can navigate around and be able to get the quickest times possible is probably the hardest.
All right, well, good luck into the next round, Ella. Dan and Dan, back up to you.
Kaylee, thank you. So we check off another match, and we're now into our 10th match. A 5 alliance against a 7 alliance. So this is a knockout for somebody.
It will be exciting to see the 7th Alliance and see if 469's amping can get a little bit better than where they were struggling last time, and if 217 is able to use that external roller pickup for maybe some faster cycling at the pickup station.
I would say it looks like that is the weakness right now for our Red Alliance. The number 7 seed is the amp. 469, I think a better speaker shooter than an amp shooter, but having to go for the amp, I guess, because they're probably the best on that alliance. We can look at past scores here. So we had the number 7 Alliance put up a 95 and then an 86. Our number 5 Alliance, 81 and 95. So basically the same scores there.
Pretty good scores at that as we roll into autonomous.
Let's see, looks like a battle, 245 and 469, and nobody won that battle.
Only one missed shot in auto from 217 on the red side.
2 on the ground for blue, so advantage red here.
Good autonomous scores. Now it's into teleop.
Very good to see 469 hit their first 2 amp shots with no issues.
Way too high there for...
And he amplified that. He amplified that miss. So that is missed points.
Yeah.
We'll see. If 469 makes this shot, not too bad. They still came back and made 2. Could have been 3, though, if they waited.
For that 245 Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, Atom Bots just crashed into one of the structures.
Big hit. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. We saw a robot last weekend crash into the stage and turn off.
Yeah, especially when you don't need to.
Yep.
There's a stuck note.
Yep, on the amp. 469 left. They can still score that, right? If they can hit it right, and then they can come back with their next one. But they got to figure it out quickly.
Well, they got one in.
Bad news. The other one's stuck on the robot.
Yeah.
That could be the end of offense for 469.
That's kind of the worst case scenario.
They're going to maybe try to see if the chain can knock it off.
Yeah, bump it and then drop it.
Yeah, you know what? You get like 10 seconds here to try to do something, and then you've got to decide it's over and start playing defense.
Yeah. And the Blue Alliance moving ahead a little bit with some amplified points.
And there they go to defense. So good choice. A little slower than I would have liked to see, but not bad.
Yeah, the Juggernauts with a note score there.
217, also that intake still looks broken. I don't know if it was fixed at the start of this match. I think so, because they intake 1 off the floor. And they're struggling now. They have to tilt up. 217 has to tilt up to shoot in the speaker, and it's not happening. I think 217 is broken.
Yeah.
And I think 469 can't play offense.
Yeah, we saw that before. Now they're just going to go hang. That's all they can do.
It's all they can do. And a missed shot by 247. Look, they're going to get, hopefully, the double chain bonus here, but they're down by a lot of points going into the end game.
They do get that. Let's see what the Blue Alliance can do. They're going to match them. Well, that's pretty good.
So presumably Blue is going to take this one. We have to wait for all the final penalties and score updates.
Yeah, ultimately Blue had 3 or 4 really clean cycles back and forth with amplification. I mean, while Red was kind of fumbling around with, what 469 had to do with the ring stuck in them versus what 217 was trying to do with trying to figure out their intake, and, those behind the glass trying to figure out what strategy they had to pivot to. I think ultimately they just left Blue alone, and that kind of hurt them because they were free cycling.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how high they got that final score. Of course, missing out on one of your top scoring robots for about a minute of that match when that note got stuck. And then 217, I don't know exactly at what time in that match they broke, but we saw them going for a lineup for a shot very late. And so I think they broke on the way to that shot. So you didn't lose too much offense from 217, probably a couple of high goal scores, speaker scores there. But that's a lot. I mean, add all that up. And we'll see here with the final scores.
So we're going to come through with a Blue Alliance win. 88-71 is your final tally for the Blue Alliance. That'll send the Red Alliance home.
Yep, so 88 is good, but not good enough. They've got to find a way to push that number a little bit higher. Otherwise, they're just banking on mistakes from the other alliances.
And it'll be interesting. They're reliant on all 3 of those robots to play offense, and 71-78 can't drive underneath the stage. They're too tall. So they have to manage those lanes all the way back to the source as the competition goes on. And they may see that as a problem if defense comes into play.
And we'll see, though. If they're going to make it, they're going to face off against Alliance 2, who has not been playing defense. Obviously, Alliance 1 is still out there looming. Alliance 1 has not been playing defense. So maybe it's not going to be an issue here, but it is definitely something to keep in mind if somebody needs to make a pivot.
Let's swing downstairs to Kaylee Marentet.
Hey guys, I'm here with Griffin with the Blue Alliance, Bennett from the Red Alliance. Tell me how you're feeling after that match. What do you think was your guys' biggest strength?
I'm feeling really good after that last match. I think we were able to get a lot of the timing down, especially we were able to kind of coordinate more with the Yetis, getting that double amp cycle, and then all three of us being able to coordinate shooting at the same time for the amplification. I think that was able to help us rack up the points.
All right, sounds good. Bennett, I want to ask you, what do you guys think you are going to take from today to apply to? I mean, we have states in 2 weeks, so what are you going to take from today to there?
I don't know if we're making the states. We're hoping for some awards, but if we do, I think we're going to work on our consistency with our drive. And then I just want to say thanks to our team. We had some unlucky parts in the matches, but yeah, overall pretty good.
Very good battle today. Thank you so much. Dan and Dan.
Kaylee, thank you very much. As we get our insight from down in the pits, and well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here with only a handful of matches left. Let's get our scores and look at this 88-71 win for the Blue Alliance. Dan, what stands out?
I mean, you know, speaker points, 11-point edge there, 17-point win. And that's pretty much where everything came from. You can see the amp too. When you see amp differentials like this, it just means that Red was not able to amplify. And we knew that was going to happen. 469 had that one hang up on them, halfway in, halfway out. If when they crashed into the amp, if that fell in instead of fell on their robot, we might be looking at a different outcome here. But, you know, those are the breaks, and they lost their amp scoring, lost their speaker scoring, and it kind of just all went downhill from there.
So many variables of things that can go wrong, unexpected things that just makes it really problematic.
Yep.
There it is.
That's it. So that one right there.
That's the one.
You know, and they go across, and I think it was smart to go across, get another note. You have time to think about it then, right? Like, you don't have to panic and figure out what to do. They have the whole time across the field and back to figure out what their plan was. And they came in here, they hit the wall twice. It didn't fall. They shot the note into it, which was, I think, a good idea. It knocked the first one in, but just an unlucky bounce on that second one, getting stuck on their robot.
So, Zach, in hindsight, maybe what do you do differently that time if you're a Red Alliance?
Well, I don't think there's a ton of strategy changes at that point. I mean, sometimes you just have these random occurrences that can sway one match one way or the other. The amp's in a really interesting position this year as it's juxtaposed with the stage height. So unless you have something that extends above that stage height to assist you with your amp mechanism, a lot of teams are just shooting stuff in like that. And sometimes you hit one of those unlucky bounces or something you're not really prepared or designed to fix, and you know, apart from like ramming into the station, it's going to be hard to, you know, come back from.
Yeah.
Right, and you got to take that shot, because if you can't amplify, you're going to lose the match anyway. So you try it, you hope for the best.
Yep.
Didn't work out.
I'm not sure there's another option right there for them.
Yeah, we told you Kaylee has been working very hard behind the scenes to talk to all the people that give so much. How about the challenge of coaching not one but two teams? That is a real thing, as Kaylee introduces us to our next guest.
Hey guys, I'm joined by Nolan Van Warmer. He is the coach for 818 and 955A. Thanks for joining us here today.
Happy to be here.
So you have two teams on your shirt right now. Talk about having two teams. That's not very common.
It's not, and it's been not without its challenges this year. So last season we had well over 100 students. We've had a lot of success the last 2 years coming out of COVID. We've learned a lot, grown a lot. We've been able to go compete at the World Championships the last 2 years. Made it all the way to Finstein and Einstein last year. So success beyond our wildest dreams, but with over 100 students, you know, 15 or 20 are engaged, touching the robot. So we wanted to be able to provide more opportunities to our over 100 students, knowing after a second year of great success, we're going to grow even further. So create twice as many opportunities, build a second robot.
I mean, that's a good problem to have. You have so many kids wanting to be involved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess what's been the biggest challenge of kind of creating two separate? Like, I mean, do you have to coach for both of them, or?
Some of our mentors help with both. As our lone design mentor, I am mentoring both teams going through the design process. Challenging this year, but hopefully going into next year, some of our rookies will want to stay on with the 95-58 team. We'll have some experience in both teams, and we can go forward and continue to grow the students' capabilities.
So the way you guys build bots might look a little different than how other teams might be building bots, if you want to touch on that.
Yeah, so the approach as first has evolved into more 3D printed, more CNC designed, fully CAD'd robots, as 818 has evolved in that same way, and we felt that our students were losing some of those experiences of just make it work, drill in place, just measure it on the robot, cut something to fit, troubleshoot it, make it work. So we wanted to develop those skills, so we tasked the 818 team to kind of help the 95-58 team to design something simpler and something that would cause them to have to think on the fly and troubleshoot it in real space instead of just on the CAD and having everything be presented there for them.
So I'm sure it's been a learning curve for you. What, I guess, have you taken from this experience of building another team, going back to simple ways that you would maybe change for the future, or something that you want to do different?
Not a whole lot. We want to make big changes. It's bringing more people in to support the students. We have a pretty decent ratio. We have more mentors than a lot of teams do, but with as many students, definitely more people coming in to help us and get them building quicker. Mentoring two design teams, kind of both of them chugged along, kind of ratcheting through the process instead of both of them smoothly running. So getting more time for them to debug and work through that design process will definitely help us going forward.
All right, sounds good. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Nolan. Dan and Dan, I'm going to send it back upstairs.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. As we're taking a look at one of the two teams that he's involved in.
I think they're both mixed in there. Hard to I think one's in blue, one's in green.
Right, okay.
Yep.
That's
and you know what? Starting the second team is something that I really respect. There is no official limit to the number of students you can have on a team. You can have 200 kids on the team, but there is a practical limit to how many can actually get hands-on time with the robot. So when you sort of get above that level, and you still want to provide robot-based opportunities, hands-on opportunities, you got to either start another team or you got to limit your team size. So it's great that they were able to start a second team there and expand that.
Let's get a breakdown of just what the sheer volume number is of teams here in the state of Michigan. This stat always surprises me, amazes me.
Yep, and like, not quite, but like getting close to twice as much as California, a state that has way, way more people than us. And I'm glad that I remembered earlier to take my 416 up to 516, or I'd be hearing this from Gail afterwards.
You could make a lot of money if you bet on just asking John Doe on the street, are there more football teams in Michigan or are there more robotics teams?
Absolutely.
You would clean up. All right, let's jump into this.
All right, this is winners bracket finals. This is Alliance 1 versus Alliance number 3. The winner of this match will be our first finalist. The loser will have one more chance to make it.
So an uphill battle. And it's winner go home for one of these alliances.
Since we got on blue, we've got 96-18. That was the Tronark Scabrini High School. We saw the interview about them. That's a rookie team. And what's great to watch is this is a rookie team that is not just playing defense. This rookie team is one of the big scorers on this alliance. So keep an eye on them running back and forth, making some high shots.
That's one we commented on earlier that had was really well driven. And part of that is because this is that kit chassis or that kit robot that first put out that Dan made all those fun videos for that another team could follow and build up. But what that allows them to do is have a completed working robot and then drive a lot and practice a lot, which is an advantage over somebody by building a more complex machine and then spending time on that versus training the students to drive.
You cannot discount the value of practice, but to give 96-18 their credits, they've added a hanger, so that was custom added. They also added some stuff on the front, which I think is helping their intake work a little better. So they didn't just stop because they were doing the practicing, because they were seeing how it was working. They knew what they needed to tweak to make it better. And that's an excellent job by them.
Ready for a thumb flip from that field tech. I think we're waiting for a speaker.
Definitely making sure everything is good.
Well,
I don't even know. We got people are pointing at people are pointing at people. Yeah. So we can see the screens went off. So there are screens inside the arena that have the real-time score on it, as well as a video feed, so you can see what you can't see. That is also, well, often the webcast that's going out. Of course, you've got us instead this weekend. Yeah, the computer looks off. So there's a whole computer that runs the AV in-house, and it's definitely got a turned-off monitor. That's a blank monitor screen. So they're booting that back up. Now, we can probably play without this if we have to, but the scoreboard is something that helps the teams. So the only place that they can see the current score is by looking up. And teams will make strategic decisions based on that score. Do we need to keep scoring? Can we go hang early? All of those questions.
My hunch would be they don't want to compete without both teams having access to that.
What I'm saying though is if that computer is exploded and we do not have a spare, we can finish the event without it if we have to. So we'll see. It looks like it's booted now. I see stuff on the monitor, so I think they've just got to run, what do we use, vMix, I think, on this computer. So they got to run that software, make sure all the feeds are in, make sure the chroma key's still set, and we'll be ready to go. Which should hopefully just be loading something. And we have life on the projector screens. It is the sponsor PowerPoint.
So we get to show some of the nuts and bolts of whatever.
It's a lot of moving pieces on this field. I know we talk about it every time we do this, and it seems like something else finds a way to go wrong every time we do this, so we get to learn a little more.
You talk about complexity of the robots. The actual operation to get the field up and running is a wonder of its own, especially with all the moving parts in the speaker and in the amp and in previous fields.
Right, so this the speaker, and we don't really have any good shots of this, but those rings go in, and there's a machine in there, right, that funnels them down, there are rollers inside there too that'll grab this note and pull it through. There are sensors that then will be used to count the note as it passes through. So essentially, you've got a robot there, almost a robot that you would need to play the game, stuffed inside each of those goals, and then you've got the rest of the field to deal with. So we'll see. We obviously are booted back up. They just need to get the, they need to reconnect to the server, the field server, which will have the score overlay, and then they need to make sure that they have the camera feeds. So the way they're looking up into the distance makes me think they don't have the camera feed yet.
Yeah, a lot of volunteers involved in this, and this is not a garden variety malfunction. This is rare.
So
it's rare, but it might have just been somebody stepped on the power button. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one before, but typically and sometimes in scenarios like this, they'll allow teams to step back on the field and reconnect, reset autonomouses, change batteries for, when they have prolonged delays like this that are field related.
Yeah.
And there's the number of volunteers that are involved in, doing all the behind the scenes things to get these things launched.
And this is per event. This is not, there are more volunteers involved in the background for First in Michigan, but also on teams. This does not count everybody that comes to help out a team. So that's how many volunteers it takes for us to run this event, about 85 people a day.
There's 5 events per weekend in Michigan.
Yeah, so what, 85 times 5, that's what, 425 people?
We're zooming out, but that woman there, she knew exactly what could happen. She brought her
ready.
knitting here.
That is a veteran of volunteering at First events right there.
There's no downtime. Let's go downstairs to Kaylee.
Hey guys, one thing I think led to another. At first they were counting the rings and it seems like there wasn't an accurate amount of rings here. So again, they were recounting the rings, but then we saw some members, the event coordinator, actually climb up to the bleachers, seemed to be messing with the wires and seemed to fix that camera. So I don't know if the camera was the problem, the screen was the problem, or all of them were a problem, but it seems to be resolved now that we can see what's actually playing on the field, and I'm guessing they're going to get started any moment. Dan and Dan.
All right, Kaylee, thanks.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And she didn't mention that they were double counting the scores. it's just something that's being done out of an abundance of caution. The point scores are pretty accurate, but you don't ever want to be in a situation where you're off by a note and you're like, well, I don't know, right? So if they're double checking stuff, especially if they see something that looked funny, just helps guarantee we get the right score.
Yep, and you'll see now that they are allowing teams to come in and plug into robots, repackage, recharge air compressors, put in new batteries, anything that would allow them to run a match.
I would say typically you'll see a lot of teams not bothering to go out there because not a lot is going to go wrong if your robot is sitting there powered on. There are a few things that you could be concerned with. You said air pressure is a big one. You can use pneumatics on these robots. And if you have even the tiniest of leaks, if you're sitting out there for 10 minutes while something is happening, your pressure might be down low enough that your robot doesn't work in auto mode.
Yeah, it sounds like the mindset is, hey, look, any time that you have that you can scrutinize your machine more, better, you should take advantage of it.
Yeah, continuous improvement is a big theme all over FIRST. Every time you come back from a match, even if you won, you're looking at the little things that you can try and always do better.
Throughout the season too, right? Because the robot that wins a week 1 event is not going to win the state championship.
Yep.
It's got to be better. A little discussion there. Alliance number 2.
This match should be exciting. I believe their scores are pretty close. There's a 90.
Yeah, we can take a look. Average score for Alliance 1 is 104.5. Average score for Alliance 3 is 93. But there were some penalty points in the big 115 that Alliance 1 put up at the beginning.
And there's a little bit different strategy going on here. I mean, 96-18 and 49-98 seem to be mostly shooting on the Blue Alliance, and 28-51 is doing a majority of the amp cycles. And it seems like on the Red Alliance, we're getting a little bit of the 27 lob shot with 910 running full cycles, and then 2960 doing full cycles, and everybody kind of cleaning up those lobs.
I think 2960 is also mainly focusing on the amp as well, right?
Yep.
Like I think that's their primary job.
All right, looks like they're going to leave the Automation Nation Red Alliance robot. And players coming off the field, so we're
waiting for 2960 to connect to the field now. They were connected directly to the robot when they had the controls out there, so they could pump it up. Could be about a minute to connect. Could be a little less now. I need to bring some binoculars or something, then I can, like, I see the radio, I can see the lights on there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, we got the green light there on the radio. That means it is powered and done booting. Blue light solid and the blue flashing light, yeah, they're going to connect theoretically very, very soon based on that set of status lights, and they're connected. All right. Just waiting on a double check. Looks like trying to get confirmation that everything is booted and they're happy before we start it. And they're so happy they were not even looking over.
Field is ready.
We are good to go here.
Here we go with match 11. Number 1 and a number 3 seeded Alliance.
28-51 beats 910 to that extra middle line one.
Outstanding.
Very smart of them.
Revolution.
27 is not lowering their intake. I think they crashed into a note on the middle of the field with their intake up instead of down. It's obviously not broken, so we'll just have to see. And this is, I love this too.
And the notes are flying.
Start of the match, there are a few stuck on the middle of the field. If you just forward them to your team, you take control.
Some of those are getting pretty dangerous. We have seen in previous matches that some of those lob shots will get caught on partners.
Yep.
So,
and we saw one miss go off the field, so they did lose one.
Red Alliance is all bunched up in front of that speaker, but they're getting some good points.
You can hear that 12th man coming in for rush behind us.
I can't hear anything anymore. What are you talking about?
Well, Blue Alliance has got some work to do.
2960 now taking some of those forwarded, dumped off passes by 27, trying to get the amp ready to go. Blue, meanwhile, is finishing up their amplification period. Can 9618 get this shot off in time for it to count? Let's watch the scoreboard. It did. Good job by them.
Couple of makes. One missed by 27, though. They scoop up that note, and they fire and score there in that amplified window.
Yep. Big points for Red here. Looks like they have still a minute left, so we expect probably one more amplification period for Red if nothing goes wrong. Blue as well, missed there by 2851 in the amp. They get it shot over the top on the Red side, so a little bit of sloppiness there.
Inside, almost inside 30 seconds, and the amplified, ooh, there's two bad shots by the Blue Alliance.
Yep, and a little bit of trouble, 2960, not able to get, oh, they did get it. Yep, it was just late counting. So we are amplified here on Red. We'll see if 2960 can get one more shot off. 27 shot will count, 910 shot will count, I think. Yep, they both made it through.
Oh, Red Alliance really ready to strike here and getting those robots on stage. We got one hanging. We got maybe all three of them.
That looks like all three for Red.
Yeah. That is impressive.
So extra 9 points for Red. Definitely going to take them over 100. We'll see exactly how high in a second. And you will see 910 on the ground there in our shot. Now, you don't have to stay in the air. You have to be in the air at the end of the match, and I think you have to stay in the air for 5 seconds after the match ends, or when the field comes to rest, whichever comes first.
And the good news is, I guess, Zach, the Red Alliance, they had enough points of a lead that what they did hanging is not going to make a big difference.
Yeah, majority of that lead came out of auto. They shot more rings and made more rings, got more points, and then they were quick to their first amp cycle, and they were on amplification before Blue, and at that point Blue was trying to play catch up the whole time. It seemed like Blue was a little bit flustered during that match. They were driving a little faster than their previous match. It's probably a little bit of the pressure of playing the #1 seed, and so, you know, sometimes students get flustered on the joysticks because of that. And they missed a couple shots at the amp. You're down to the minor things at this point in the bracket.
Saw some missed shots in auto mode as well, and sometimes that can affect your driver, right? Just knowing that, oh, we're losing because we didn't make our shots.
So we tally everything up, and no surprise, it is a Red Alliance win. Oh, wow, 100 points. Well,
100's a little lower than we would have thought. They might not have gotten all those hanging points. We'll see when we get the scoring detail here if they got full stage points or if they hit the ground too soon. But 100, right, is good. Nobody else has scored 100 yet. So they have a 115 and a 100.
80 speaker points is huge.
Yeah,
trending up for sure. Downstairs we go to Kaylee Marentet.
Hey guys, I have Luke here from the Red Alliance and Ty from the Blue Alliance. Luke, you guys breaking triple digits. What do you think got you to that point?
I think we've been able to reanalyze some of our strategic objectives for what we're doing. It's been going really well with how our partners have been playing with us, so I think we've had good communication behind the driver's station.
You guys did rack up a lot of points in that first amplification. Talk about what the strategy was for there.
Yeah, we changed a bit of our strategy there, coming in with who was putting the notes into the amp, but overall it was really just depending on if there was one in there. We made sure there was always 2 in the amp, and then we were ready to amplify, calling the timeout behind the driver's station and getting at least 3, if not 4, in every cycle.
Gotcha. Ty, what lessons did you guys take from this game?
So, from this game, what we took away is that our strategy could use a little bit more work. We did have to change out our whole intake, so our auto didn't work how we wanted it to. It was just a tough match.
Sure. So we have a follow-up question right now from Dan to Luke. Dan, you want to ask your question?
Yeah. So the question is if Luke is able to hear his team counting down the amplification for him, and if that's a factor in the match.
Did you hear hear the question. So the question was, if you are able to hear your team counting down the amplification, does that help you in the match?
Definitely. We asked some of the people in our stands to count down. Hopefully they can be a little louder next match. I'm the human player, so I've been able to yell at the time behind the driver's station, which is why I'm a little hoarse right now. But definitely hearing that helps to understand if you can make another cycle in the speaker or if you need to switch to the amp for the next cycle.
All right, Luke, Ty, thank you so much for joining us. Dan and Dan, we're going to set it back upstairs.
Kaylee, thank you.
I don't know if they need to be louder. Speaking as somebody sitting about 8 feet away from them?
Yeah, there's big noise in pretty much every gym you go to. I don't care, you know, if it's even at Saginaw Valley State where it's a huge venue.
Yeah. So a little secret about me, I am not a morning person. You know who are morning people? Team 27. They will be outside the event lined up waiting for the doors to open doing the same cheers that we're hearing now.
Awesome.
I've never had a crowd be so enthusiastic to the point where it's affecting the game on the field.
So here we go, 164. Some insight from you guys on what we're seeing here.
I mean, we talked about the big speaker points. Stage, though, it looks like they got credit for only one hanging robot instead of all three. So the two hit the ground too early, and that is the 4 points that would have taken them up to 104. Still 100 points.
Yeah, nothing to sneeze at. All right. Let's get into our 2 against 5 match in match 12.
All right, keep an eye on 17, 18. Looks like they fixed that intake roller. They were able to make the first shot no problem and get the second one from the midline here. 54-36 as well. Got a miss, got 2 on the floor on red. 1 on the floor on blue. Blue with a small lead. It's basically tied.
And they come out of autonomous into teleop. And there's a Yeti score with that note going into that amp zone.
Big hit by 245, knocks a ring out of 201's gripper. And then they picked it up for themselves.
So blue was amplified and 201 did take a shot, but they chose not to amplify it. Probably waiting back. Pi left a note in that corner by the blue amp, but then 245 ran right down and picked it up, so now they're missing their extra shot.
That's a second shot made by blue that they did not press the amp button for, so they're waiting for Pi to get back. They've got to amplify here. They've got 2 shots. There they go. But when you sit on that amplification that long, it maybe takes away 1 amplification period for you.
And the 17-18 Yeti machine.
Red is now ready. Amplification available. And blue, very fast amplification available again.
Yeah, Blue Alliance Cybercats with a note score.
Yeah, and they held again. Another blue is waiting. Blue will not press that button to amplify until 2 robots show up at the same time or all 3. So here, 201 dropped 1 off for 17-18 to get a second shot during that amplification period. Red is now ready to amplify. They have it available.
Red Alliance Atombots with a score there, but they're playing from behind.
Yeah, they need this amplification to go well.
Every note is meaningful now.
71-78. If they can get the shot off, that's huge. That's in time.
Looks to have had a note stuck in the robot during the amplification, but has kicked it back out their intake and scored it.
Oh, they hit 2 ones there. That's critical. Well, this is back and forth, and the hanging points will be significant as everybody heads to the stage now. They've got to try and squeeze out some points here.
Red, that might have been some late scoring notes. I didn't see the shots, but they did just jump up by 10 points.
Boy, big push late by the Red Alliance, but we're going to have points for both of these teams.
That might have been a penalty, too. It looks like 2 are hanging on each side again. We'll just have to wait and see. And I couldn't see. Did you see, Zach? I think the amplification period ended They took no shots at the end. They jumped up 10 points in score. So I don't know if that was like a couple tech fouls.
Yeah, I didn't.
Or if something scored late.
I didn't catch it, but the overall note scored was 22-23, with 23 being on the Red Alliance. So maybe they got one extra amplification note in.
I mean, one note, one tech foul would explain that jump.
Referees are going to confab again.
There was a dazzle? A dazzle.
How many zebras will be involved in this dazzle? So let's check our replay here. We're going to have a blue penalty.
Yep.
And
So
what is
you cannot contact. That was some of the points we were talking about where they came from. You can't hit somebody that is inside of that triangle taped off section if there's less than 20 seconds left in the match. And there was at that point. So that was a 5-point, I think, tech foul on blue, so 5 points for red. And we did see in the same replay, there was one note that was shot just before that. And I think that note, we saw it go in. I think it might have hung up a little bit, so it didn't process until a little bit later. So the timing threw us off as to when it showed up on the scoreboard.
Yep, and that last 20 seconds denotes that robots are protected for their climbing attempt. So not at any point during the match can you contact them in the red zone, just in the last 20 seconds, as we're assuming that's when robots are attempting to climb.
Yeah. Gets a little more complicated because technically if you are off the ground, you are climbing. If they hit you anytime during the match, it's a penalty. But we won't see that much because nobody really goes that early. So it's really a last 20 seconds thing.
Well, we are getting down to crunch time here. And we will let you know that it is the Red Alliance that is going to win this match, number 12.
Yep, sort of as expected. That huge surge at the very end of that match. I mean, it was 1 point up for blue, 1 point up for red, 1 point up for blue until that last little bit at the end, that penalty and that last second note shot into the speaker. So what does this mean? This means that Alliance number 5 will move on to the lower bracket finals, and they will face off against Alliance 3. So congratulations to Alliance number 2 for 4th place in this event.
Downstairs to Kaylee we go.
Hey guys, I'm here with Griffin from the Red Alliance. First of all, congratulations on that win. What throughout the day do you think was your strongest point that taught you guys to get to here?
I think it's been a lot of, we've been doing a lot of more scouting this year, and we've got a much more put together strategy structure that we've been doing. I think that's been helping us a lot, specifically with working with our alliances, figuring out what our strengths and weaknesses are, and trying to really complement each other, which has been really helpful throughout the competition.
What is going to be your mindset going into the next match?
I think we're just going to try to keep doing what we're doing. We've gotten, after our first match, we've gotten into kind of a groove with just timing, and I think we've kind of been able to feel each other out, and I think that's. I think we're just going to kind of...
You've created that bond.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, Griffin. We're going to go to the awards ceremony now.
And then exit out the blue gate. If your team is over there, that is, on this side of the gym, please come down and then enter through the queuing area. If you are on that side of the gym, we have that part of the gymnasium open, so please come down and enter through there. And then walk around over there, and then enter through that gate. Here's an example. The winner of the best referee goes to Chris. And now, here's our first award. The Imagery Award. Never mind. We'll be back after these commercial breaks. Now we're ready. The Imagery Award. The Imagery Award is in honor of Jack Kamen, Dean's father, for his dedication to art, illustration, and his devotion to FIRST. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic integration of machine and team appearance. When you see this team, you know they are into STEAM. They appreciate hydration. They are solid as ice. Congrats, Team 910, the Fully Freeze. The Gracious Professionalism Award celebrates outstanding demonstration of FIRST core values such as continuous, gracious professionalism, working together both on and off the field of play. The winning team exemplifies the principles of FIRST: fairness, humility, positivity, and respect. This is the go-to team at the competitions and their community. If you need help with your drivetrain or code, they are there for you. They take flight into the zone. Congrats, Team 1188, the Ravens. The Team Spirit Award celebrates extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST. Despite being a small team, they created a buzz in their competition today, showing their enthusiasm for the game in the stands. These students are happy to be part of the team and use their hive to raise funds and make everyone feel welcome. Congrats, Team 5046 Jacked Up Jackets. The Rookie Inspiration Award celebrates a rookie team's outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering and engineers both within their school as well as in their community. This team has shown their newfound talent on the field by getting their notes to soar. Recruiting from teammates and friends ensured they had a good control over all elements of the game. To take the team to the next level, they spread the fun and friendship of FIRST in their community. Congratulations, Team 9679, the Madison Eagles.
Earlier today, Kenny Maritet talked with one of the lead inspectors, Jessica Donnell.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jessica Donnell. She is the lead robot inspector with us. Jessica, thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So what does the role of the lead robot inspector entail?
So I'm here with a group of other robots inspectors, and I am their lead so that if there were any questions or things like that, they would come to me and I would, have the final say. But the big thing that we are doing is inspecting the robots to make sure that they're legal, they're following all the rules, and it's safe and fair play for all of the teams.
So of course, when you inspect too, you also want to follow up with the team maybe afterwards.
Absolutely. So there could be issues and we would give advice on how to fix those issues, or if they wanted us to, we would jump in and assist the team with making corrections to their robot. Again, sometimes it can get a little rough out there. So after play, if there was a problem, we would go with the team and just kind of offer suggestions or help if they would like us to, or, continue just to make sure that all the teams are playing fair and safe.
So you didn't just jump into the role of lead robot inspector. You were a coach for a while. Tell me about the Coach the U team, how long you were a coach.
So I was a coach for 5 years, and I coached Cold Logic, which was a team in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and Marquette. Fantastic. Both of my girls are alumni of that team, and all three of us came down here. We just enjoy learning from all of the teams and getting to know them and spending time with them.
So you are from Marquette, and we're in Troy.
Yes.
That's a bit of ways. So you came down here. How long did it take you to get down here?
It took me about 8 hours. There was a little bit of weather on Friday.
So yeah, you braved that snow.
Uper will travel through anything. But I am so excited to be down here. I've learned so much, and excited to take some of those things back to the UP.
And you
So-
said that your girls are here with you. They can't. Do they do this every time? Do they come down with you?
Yeah, we kind of come as a package deal. So
Yeah.
my daughter Elijah and my daughter Alyssa are both robot inspectors. So they're down here with me and inspecting robots and getting to learn a little about each of the different teams and things like that. We also were robot inspectors in LSSU and Escanaba the previous 2 weeks. So,
wow, what a cool little family dynamic you guys have going on. So what, obviously Marquette is far away, a different region of our state. What do you think the biggest differences are between upstate or UP robotics versus downstate?
I think one of the biggest differences is resources. Down here, the teams are much more closer. It's easier to be connected. I have to laugh because one of the teams told me that they could throw a rock and hit 10 more teams. And in the Upper Peninsula, we're just a little more spread out, so you have to do things a little differently to connect with another team to get that support and things like that. So we use a lot more WebExes and or other digital ways to talk and teach and share resources with one another teams. The other thing too is in the UP, just to get parts and things like that, you have to rely on. I'm thankful enough to live in Marquette, the big city.
Yeah.
But a team, such as Newberry,
even Escanaba, like you said.
yeah. So we can get those resources to those other teams and kind of work more, like as a family to try and, one thing might go to this team before it goes to that team, before it goes to that team. And so we're very connected in the UP, very family type. Although I am learning it's a lot like that down here too. Just
very much so.
A little different because they can actually connect and be on site with one another, which I love to see that. So.
Obviously a little bit harder too with resources up in the UP. Like, we have Ford down here, we have First Energy, we have all these big corporations that want to step in and help robotics and maybe give them scholarships afterward and just a little bit more intertwined. How do you try to bridge that gap and get those kids in the UP the same opportunities?
So what we did a lot of is we used our local resources. So you go to the Chamber of Commerce websites and get like a list of their businesses, or you do different things in your community, like builder shows, or we will be at the UP State Fair this summer. All of the different robotics teams are going to be competing out there, trying to connect with different sponsors, let kids drive the robots and different things like that. A lot of letter writing we do in the UP where we reach out to those different businesses and try and connect with them. And a lot of times those are their next employees. So they will start to connect with them, and we start to build those, not just the student getting the money, but also that connection with that business so that they have jobs later on. And so it's twofolds on that. So
yeah, I'm sure a lot more like smaller donations than those big ones that other companies have to.
Yes, the majority of our donations were very, very small, which means you have to get a lot more of those donations
than just one big lump sum.
Correct.
A lot more legwork.
Yes, yes, but they're more invested, I think, sometimes, where, the dentist's office that gives that $100 is then right there with the team, with their sticker on it, proud to be, a sponsor of that team. So,
yeah, those are like community
correct
businesses and things that you go to every day.
Absolutely. So, and they're family members too, So, and then just making sure that you take that 1 year after another, even if your team that member of your team leaves, still contacting that person and asking, the worst they can say is no, but if you don't ask, you're never going to get the donation.
Yep.
So.
All right, Jessica, thank you so much for joining us here today. We're going to send it back up to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Take a quick look. I mean, we heard about all these new teams that are in the Upper Peninsula. You can see a breakdown here. By county even. We got 4 counties in Michigan without a team. That's it. So if you are from one of these pink counties without a number on them, let us know and we'll get a team started there. All right, we'll be back for more after these messages.
We are working with the Girls in Engineering Academy for the Engineering Society of Detroit.
The Girls in Engineering Academy is designed to excite and engage middle school girls in STEM education.
Girls Engineering is a very, very fun thing to do because you will learn a lot in a fun way.
That's how we're going to bring the next generation of engineers in and inspire them.
Not a lot of women are in engineering, and it's important to have this representation and this chance.
I love being involved in these kinds of programs, and I'm very happy that DTE supports them.
We are 2 weeks away, just less than 2 weeks away from the culmination of all of this Michigan robotics competition, the state championship. The first weekend in April at Saginaw Valley State University, 160 teams, over 7,000 people in attendance. It is the largest robotics events outside of the world, so plan accordingly.
Especially for parking.
Yes.
Be ready to walk.
Yes. And we've had some bad weather days on Saturday.
We have.
That do not make that walk good. Let's go to the brackets. Now we have match 13 with Alliance number 3 and Alliance number 5.
Yep, so 3 and 5, whoever wins makes it to the finals. And then just a note, this is a double elimination tournament, but we do not reset the finals match. So once you get to the finals, it's best 2 out of 3. That's your winner, even though technically Alliance 1 could lose in the finals without having lost to fall to the lower bracket. So some double elimination tournaments, the lower bracket team needs to win twice. Here, once you get to the finals, the slate is wiped clean. It's 1, 2 out of 3 for the win.
Zach, what's our scouting report between these two alliances?
Both are fairly evenly matched. I expect to come out of auto pretty close here. What's going to come down to is the cycles and how they run into each other. So 2851 is generally on amp duty for red, and then we've seen a combination of teams on blue doing that amp, and so we'll have to see how that dynamic plays out.
So the Blue Alliance is Rochester Adams, Oakland Schools, and Walled Lake Western. And then the Red Alliance, Genesee Early College, Utica, and Cabrini.
Yeah, and we have to say too, Alliance 5 in blue was in our last match as red. So we talked about this a little bit. Switching sides of the field means you have to run a slightly different auto mode. Is that going to affect them? I don't know, but they did just have to make the switch in between these two matches.
You say slightly different. What changes do you make?
Well, there's a few things. First, each side of the field might be a little different. Now, this goal is pretty big, so you probably don't have to adjust your aim too much for that. But if you think about it, because the field is mirrored and not rotated, if you started to the left of the blue goal, that would be the long side of the field, whereas the left of the red goal is the short side of the field. So you actually are running a completely different program when you switch colors.
Got a Blue Alliance delay.
Yep, we do have a green stack light. It looks like everything is just about ready.
Now we are good to go. And now they are firing away in autonomous mode. Red Alliance, a nice little bump there.
Oh, Crevolution, that one came out weird, and I also saw some bits coming off that. That ring that Crevolution missed might be damaged. They might have also just fired too quickly.
Yeah, it looks like Blue Alliance really kind of dropped the ball in autonomous.
2851 is not moving. No. They are moving, but not correctly.
Yeah, hindered.
That was after contact with the stage, so we'll see how that goes the rest of the match.
Might have been a reset on their gyro, and now they're okay again, because they're looking smooth again.
And now an amplified window for the Red Alliance. They're going to make some hay here.
Yeah, blue has amplification available. See if they use it here. They do. And again, a good job by the human players. Make sure the first shot goes in before you press the button. 3 scores for blue during that amplification period.
Yeah, they need everything they can get right now. There's the 245 robot, the Autobots.
4998, note stuck on top of their robot. They've got to shake that off. Luckily, their arm tilts up high enough that they can. Still a waste of time, but not a disaster.
but they miss on the shot with that note.
And they're waiting, they're amplified ready, and they're not pressing the button because of that miss. So here's the late press. We'll see if 96-18 can get over and get this shot off. Yeah, very good. 2 late shots during that amplification period. And I believe they both counted.
So the 4998 Red Alliance machine, the Tesla, the electrician.
Blue has amplification and all 3 robots are feeding right now. So we'll see if they can make it back and all score at the same time.
Yep, they've been sitting on that one for a while, so they need to make it count. Tie game right now. That was 245. I don't know what happened over there. Not shooting high, despite it being an amplification period, going to the amp, and going to the amp too early, because you can't start collecting more credits for amplification until the current amplification period is ended. So that was a 1-point score for nothing.
2 red robots were stuck back here in the last 20 seconds. It looks like they got away cleanly.
Red with a small lead.
Here comes the hang. The Red Alliance on the center, right and left stage. Everybody hanging. Wow, this is very close.
Looks like 71-78 might have a bumper on the ground. 4998, 9618, both the red robots that we see in our shot up, 245, and team number 1 both up for the blue. Looks like Crevolution 2851 is not up for red. So this might be a tie in the end game, 7 points apiece. Means red's small lead might hold on. We'll see 245 at the end there. I really wonder what happened where they put that into the amp instead of taking a high shot. Obviously, it was late enough that they weren't worried about getting another amplification period off. But it makes me wonder if something is broken, right? Because they could shoot in the speaker just as easily as the amp before. So to make the choice to put it in the amp in that situation,
they weren't necessarily designated strategy-wise as a solely amp bot. It seems like it might have been an interesting decision behind there or something broken.
Right, that's the thing, right? That's what we have to watch. Is it something broken? I haven't seen any other sort of like weird strategy calls from them, so that makes me a little worried for the robot.
It is a Red Alliance win. Not by much. So again, the missed opportunities for points and penalties and mistakes are magnified in these final rounds.
Yep, you know, and just pure scoring, right? We had, I think, a small lead for blue coming out of autonomous mode, but red really had some good amplified periods.
The blue sat on their amplification for a long time to try and get all 3 robots back to the source and each one have a node and then make it all the way back. It's kind of a different strategy than the alternating robot that's scoring amps versus the other 2 coming back and shooting.
It's interesting, right? Because so the worst strategy is you hit the amplification button when nobody's ready.
Yeah. Let's go downstairs and check in with Kaylee.
Hey guys, Ty from the Red Alliance here. First of all, congratulations on that win. What led up to this moment?
So we just tried to go back and readjust. We changed our strategy for auto. We knew that this one was going to be a close match as well. So we just tried to focus on the strengths of our team and work with that.
Is there anything you guys had to change throughout the day to make yourself stronger?
Pretty much the only thing that we changed was our strategy in auto. We knew that going out of the gate, if we just run our double amp, we would be able to amplify with all the notes right there around us. And that's our biggest change of the day.
All right, well, good luck moving forward. We're going to go now to another award ceremony.
All right, who's ready for some awards? The Autonomous Award celebrates the team that has demonstrated consistent, reliable, high-performance robot operation during autonomously managed actions. Evaluation is based on the robot's ability to sense its surrounding, position itself or onboard mechanisms appropriately, and execute tasks. This bot is a true predator. Its ability to find its prey and autonomously head to it puts them at the top of the food chain. Just press a button and the bot's spins the speaker and auto aims to hit the mark. Congrats, team 226, the Hammerheads. The Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, celebrates creativity that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally designed and not discovered. This robot's plaid armor gives a touch of style as it charges into the field of play. Their intentional design feature ensures their alliance has a fourth option to hang with, getting an extra ranking point. Congrats, Team 573, the Mech Warriors. The Quality Award celebrates machine robustness in concept and fabrication. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. It's a good thing this team never stopped playing with crayons in CAD. Their optimal structures show that no finite element will limit them. Their thunderous performance on the field is proof. Congrats, Team 68 Trucktown Thunder. Industrial Design Award, sponsored by General Motors, celebrates the team that demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetics. With its sleek black armor exterior, it turns heads with its transformative nature as it rolls out onto the field. All you see is springs, CNC parts, in harmony with motors and gearboxes. This bot isn't just a machine, it is a masterpiece of engineering. Congrats, Team 818, the Steel Armadillos!
One of our interviews from earlier today, Kaylee Marentet talking with the coach for the Rising Stars Academy, a special needs team.
I'm joined here by Nancy Forster. She's with Team 8364, the Rising Star Academy. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you for having us.
So you are the coach. First, I want to talk about what Rising Stars Academy is.
Sure. We are a post-secondary school for special needs individuals 18 to 26. We have another program in our building that goes past that, but I work in the 18 to 26 program. So everyone in our school and in our team has a disability of one form or another.
That really speaks to the inclusiveness that robotics, I think, has to offer. Talk about how welcoming this place is to the Rising Stars Academy and
No,
the students.
it's kind of amazing. No one ever has treated us though as we're different or that we're special. We are just another team. When we need help, they come over and help. They don't act like we should know how to do this or why haven't we done it. When we need a program or someone runs over to program. When we're in the pits and we're driving, they treat us like they come over and ask, strategies. They're yelling at us like they would their own team just because they get excited. But our kids love that just because, students. But they love that because they are a part of it and they aren't made to feel any different.
They're not treated any differently.
No different, yeah. And that's, I think, what I love about it. You come in and you wouldn't know that we are a special needs team unless we told people, really, the way they treat us. So that's amazing.
So we were talking earlier just about how motivated these students are to get work done. You can walk out of the room. If you want to talk about just how much they've been able to excel.
Truly, especially this year, and I just want to mention the videos just because that's really what did it.
Yeah.
We were able to watch the video and pause it if needed. We could rewind. When there were problems, we'd watch it again. And every video came with things we could print out. So we knew going into video one, here's the supplies we were going to need. Here's all those things we needed. So there's no question. And that gave some of our students who maybe were a little bit lower than others the opportunity to get the tools and participate and be a part of it and know that they were going to be able to figure this out because we didn't have to read a paper and try to picture it. It was right there for us, and that made it so much easier.
Oh yeah, and what we're referencing is the virtual robotics
Yes.
studio. Those are new this year, and especially for the academy and for these students, it really it did help them. Like you said, we were talking about how
it helped tremendously because not only that, but I don't have any robotics experience. I was put into this because of a teacher who was doing this.
Sure.
And this year I was kind of like, oh my gosh, I get it. Okay, that's what they want. And I said, especially having even new teams start up or with new mentors, this was the perfect thing because we could watch it and go, gotcha.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you hear it and you're like, I'm not really sure if that's where it's supposed to be, but these were truly we got through the season this year because of those videos.
Wow.
Yes.
And just like you said, like kind of reading it on paper. I mean, it's like following an instruction manual how to build a dishwasher or something. You're like,
Right.
I don't know if this is the part where it's supposed to go.
Yes, and in the video, the guy would be like, okay, he would count, you're going to put a screw here, and we'd all pause, and the student would go over and circle it so that we knew, and we'd just check. It was that almost like accountability.
Sure.
They did the video, we got to watch it, we're like, okay, matches, we're good, we can move on. And there was no doubt. We just knew that we were going to succeed this competition for sure because we had those.
What was your experience? You said you have no robotics background. I think that's interesting to come in as a coach with no robotics background. What is that been? I'm sure it's an adjustment.
It is. It started because our program started, I think, in 2020, right before the pandemic, so they didn't get to do that. And then I came in the next year, so the teacher I was with was doing this program. She's since left, so because she left, I got into that position, and it was kind of like, okay. It was like a deer in the right.
Yeah.
And like I said, and that's truly what helped me this year too was the videos, because I have no clue when they're telling you all these things, and so even I could go, oh my gosh, I get it, and so I could help build and then coming here, the fact that you can ask for anything and someone helps, and you're not like, oh, that team, they didn't do this, they didn't bring this. It was like, oh my gosh, we're so sorry, let's help. And if someone doesn't get it, someone else walks up and is like, did they fix that for you?
Yeah.
And I love that it doesn't matter who we are or where area we're at, they're going to come and they're going to help you, and you're not made to feel bad about it. And then you just feel good, like if someone's like, do you have this? We're like, yes, we do, and share it with them because you just feel like you want to pay it forward at that point.
So where is the academy located?
We are in Centerline, about 9.5 in Van Dyke, just down from the police station. We're like a block away from Van Dyke. It was an old elementary school that's been converted into our program. We have a bakery that does bread for 75 different restaurants. We do juice and stuff for Beyond Juice, and we make their energy bites. So we have a lot of exposure that we're trying to get our students involved in job training, job skills, so that they can be a part of the public and encourage the public to see that our students are capable of doing things.
Wow.
So that it's like hanging out with your best friends all day. So it really is an awesome job to be at,
So I also understand too, I want to touch back to building your guys' bot this year. Obviously the videos were very helpful. I also know that this is the first year you guys did not have to send parts out.
Correct.
Talk about how important that was.
So our first year that I joined, we sent our robot out and another team helped us build it. We were fast. It was awesome. We got to do it and they helped us do stuff. Last year we still had to send it out for a few things just because we didn't get it. But this year, and I tell our kids they have to be so proud, this was 100% built by our students. I didn't even help. I sat back, I watched, they went to go, they did it. The one student we have would have other people take it apart, put it together again and again so he understood it and so that they understood it. But I said the accomplishment of them saying 100% we built this is such ownership. So every match now is even bigger and better because that was them. And if there's a problem now, they're really actively seeking to figure it out and find out why. Or when the people come over to help us, they're really interested now in listening to find out what could be done different because this is their project, where it's not like they're just helping and we're not paying attention. They're really into like, what was this? How do we fix this?
How do we do this?
Yes.
Yeah.
So and giving them so much more confidence about what's going on.
Sure. And I'm sure the videos too were almost like another mentor or a coach was there, so you could walk out of the room and they still have somebody there that's teaching them, that's guiding them how to take these steps.
Otherwise we were always stuck in the room hovering over them, just like trying to figure everything out. But at this time I could sit back and I'm like, I'll be right back. And I'd come back and they were still working on it because they were engaged in it because, they had someone who knew what was going on.
Sure.
And you didn't even have to ask questions. The video literally went step by step, and he explained things that almost like he could hear you asking questions.
You're like, wait, where does this go?
I was like, how did you get that? And he would and so it was perfect because, I could leave them alone for a little bit knowing when I left or came back, they were watching it, and a couple of them watched them at home so that they would have an idea when they came back to school as to what was going on.
Actually excited to do like some homework.
Yes, I'm like, we don't get that very much, but, but this made a huge difference. So they were very happy with that.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm going to throw it back up to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Kayla. Yeah, Dan, we're the ways that robotics finds ways to bring in more and more people from different backgrounds. It's not just the raw number of people coming in, it's where they're coming in from and how accessible it is to everyone.
Yeah, and it's amazing. I think there are three, I was told 3 schools in Michigan that are all special needs teams. And when we made the videos, we weren't even thinking that this was going to be great for them. And I did get a chance to speak with her in the pits earlier today. And she kind of told me the same story. And that's, it absolutely makes all the work worth it, right?
Amazing that they can just continue to find new ways to bring people in. Tremendous. Let's do our scoring summary between these two teams. Let's first get the Red Alliance and recap the kind of things they've done. Those are good numbers.
Yep. What's interesting here, obviously 115, 94, 100 big scores. What's interesting is the 66, 65, 64. So are they doing some subtle, they're not really playing defense, but are they doing some subtle things that make it more difficult for the opposing alliance? Or do they have some of that presence of they score so many in auto mode, the other alliances know they're playing from behind and maybe panic a little and don't play up to their strengths?
That's an interesting thought, Zach, because, well, we'll flip to the Blue Alliance, but, sometimes it's not just about how many points you score, but how few points you give up. And you can see that this Blue Alliance, they're going to give up some points, it seems like.
Yeah, you definitely can talk about the benefit of defense. Any point that you can stop the other opponent from scoring is essentially a point for you, right? So I think what we're going to see here is that the Blue Alliance is going to feel a little bit of that pressure, but they are not going to convert to defense. They're going to have to try and match the firepower of the Red Alliance, and they're going to have to match it with really clean cycles. If you look at the scoring breakdowns, the Blue Alliance's maximum is 1 point off of the Red Alliance's minimum. So we're going to be having to see some really clean matches from the Blue Alliance and maybe a little bit of a sloppier match from the Red Alliance, and you get a really close score.
Yep, Blue's top score was 95. Red's lowest score was 94. Of course, they played each other in the winners, the upper bracket finals. And that was 100 for Alliance 1 in red and only 64 for Alliance 3 in blue. And that was an outlier for that third seeded alliance.
Here's the brackets.
Yep, so you can see that round 4 matchup, 1 versus 3. 3 then fell down, had to win their way back in round 5. They did. So this tells us too that Alliance number 2 was our 4th place team here, which is pretty good. Alliance 5 is going to be our 3rd place team. And now we just have to figure out who's number 1 and who's number 2.
So again, it's a best 2 of 3 at this point. So losing the first match does not necessarily end the competition here at Troy Athens High School.
Correct. And it was that one-off match for Alliance number 3 when they faced up with Alliance number 1. Now, we don't know all of the reasons why, but Alliance number 3's other scores were 91, 92, and 95. So that 164-point match is the outlier here. As long as they don't have a repeat of that, could be close.
Yeah, so that gives some credibility to the lower side scores that we were seeing on the Red Alliance, where you're mentioning 63, 64, all of their opponents around that area. It's very possible that some of the strategy that the Red Alliance is doing close to the feeder station is affecting maybe some of the Blue Alliance's scoring or maybe some of their paths, right? When Rush is coming out of the source and they're doing some of this lobbing or whatnot, you know, they're spending a lot more time there than any other alliance, and maybe that's hanging up one of these blue robots every once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you know, like, when you cross the field, if your robot's not going to break and your drivers are going to recover faster, if you hit somebody on your way, you're going to gain a little bit of time.
Yep.
And that is something that for sure 27 is comfortable doing. I do think 49-98 had some mechanical issues in that match, though. We heard an interview about them getting everything fixed for their lower bracket finals that got them back here. So keep an eye on the robot robustness as well. Oh boy. So we do a bring everybody onto the field, a final handshake before we start the finals. So you might have noticed there are some extra rings on the field. Those will not stay there.
We have team 2960.
From Birmingham, Michigan, it's the Automation Nation.
Let's meet our Blue Alliance. The Alliance captain. First up is team 4998.
From Genesee Early College, it's Tesla, their first time in a district finals.
Their first pick, team 2851.
Representing Utica Community Schools, it's Revolution.
And finally, we have team 9618.
Amazing rookie team. They won the last district event they were at. It is Tron Arts.
All right, when I say go, teams please face this way, meet in the middle of the rings here, and shake hands, fist bump, whatever you're comfortable with. 3, 2, 1, go.
We're ready to get things revved up here.
Unfortunately, 2960 was not on the field for the handshake, the robot. Saw the head ref go over and give them the speed it up motion, let's go motion. So they are heading to the field, but it looks like their computer was connected. I don't know what they were working on or why it wasn't put on the field.
Well, we're coming up on the finals, the state finals in robotics on the first Friday and Saturday at Saginaw Valley State. So we are not far off. Just an enormous event at Saginaw Valley State, a 2-day event on the campus at University Center. 160 teams, roughly 7,000 contestants and people in attendance. So it will certainly be the mother of all robotics events in Michigan this year. By all means, join us for that. We'll be there all weekend.
It is always a heck of a show.
Yeah, big time. Where are Worlds this year?
Houston, Texas.
Okay. again, we've talked about the largeness of the teams here in Michigan. 516 robotics teams, almost double what California has.
Yeah, and more than double Texas. I think we have half the population of those states, but double the teams. A lot of work done by the First of Michigan organization, especially the president, Gail Alpert, in just recruiting teams. That state grant that we showed earlier has been also huge in getting teams up and going.
No stone is left unturned to make robotics bigger in Michigan, and there's a lot of kids in 10, 20, 30 years that will go on to great success professionally because of their involvement in robotics. And
absolutely, and it helps us snowball too, right? Because the people who are on teams went to college, got a job, came back, now they're starting new teams, or they're helping to run the teams that are there.
Yeah, it's an amazing accomplishment. So a little fine tuning down there, and thumbs up.
It looks like the computer's good, the robot is still booting.
Did he give a thumbs up? Was that, his hand went up.
He gave a thumbs up.
Did he give a thumb though? Okay.
You got to know that thumbs up, just like the non-panic thumbs down, that was the everything is going. That was kind of the same thing. Everything's going okay, but we're still waiting. And now we're connected, so we're ready to go.
Very good. Good camera work there to let us know exactly what we are up against. And away we go here. A best of 3. Alliance 1 against Alliance 3 here at Troy Athens High School. Autonomous period begins.
27, major problem. They didn't shoot the first ring. They missed the second pickup. They dropped the first ring, got the third pickup. 9-10 missing shots. The door is open, but blue also is littered with missed shots and missed opportunities.
Not clean for either side, but we're out of autonomous into Teliop. And there's the 9-10 machine, the Foley freeze, followed by the Automation Nation loading up in the amp zone.
Blue is first to have an amplification ready. We'll see now. 28-51. If they can get some of these second shots off, extra shots off, it's going to be huge.
Ooh, kind of a slow read. Yeah, that was a tough one.
And the timer is up, so they're only going to get one amplified shot. Meanwhile, red is amplified.
Yeah, they had problems loading that shot. And again, everything is going to get magnified. And there's a note kind of carelessly chucked down the field. Well, that was a little bit problematic. Red Alliance leading, but Blue Alliance trying to cash in on some amplified rings.
Yeah, it looks like 4998 is trying to play that passing role, picking up notes and launching them forward. I think 910 got away with a penalty there. Oh, ring stuck inside 2960. That came from another robot. It's interesting. I don't think that'll be a penalty because they didn't cause it to happen, but they still had to get rid of it before they could continue playing.
So still a huge uphill battle here for the Blue Alliance, trying to break 30 points.
96-18 having some issues. Their last shot went low. Looks like they are playing some defense now.
Automation Nation with a note score. And we've got a 100-point threat here for the Red Alliance, but boy, this is going to be a very, very one-sided win.
Yeah, Red looks like they think they can get one more amplification period off. 910 rushing that shot. Should have actually held it for the amplification period anyway, so it works out for them.
And Red Alliance is going to go hang. Blue Alliance is not in a position to hang. Let's see if they can get there in time and get at least one. Well, they're going to get, well, maybe, no, I'm looking at one.
Yeah, and maybe 0. If the 4998 is sort of supporting 96-18 there, if you remove the supporting robot and they are not still hanging, they might not get credit. So it's just going to depend on what the referees see there. I don't think it'll be impactful, of course. too many issues starting in auto mode and kind of throughout the match for our Blue Alliance number 3 here.
Yeah, they completely pivoted their strategy to using 4998 only as a passer. The problem is 9618 doesn't have a ground intake, so they left their third alliance partner right at the speaker to clean up every single note, and 4998 never came back to assist with that. And then if you notice, Rush was picking up notes that they were lobbing.
Well, not much drama there. Red Alliance wins, but the question is, how big is the margin? Well,
it's big.
It's big. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
That's what I'm here for.
117. All right, so, Zach, the question is, Blue Alliance, they got to figure out something. 43 points is a way to go home.
This is a classic case of like a lower seeded alliance freaking out that they have to play a big dog in number 1 and thinking they have to change everything they're doing to match them. When in reality, they probably could have played their regular, normal strategy that they were all comfortable with through all of the elimination bracket and gotten much closer than this.
96 speaker points. Well, we'll break down the scores in a minute here, but obviously every numeric metric will go in favor of the Red Alliance.
Yes.
Again, thank you, me, Captain Obvious. Right. Touche.
Again, that's what we're here for.
Yes, right. Well, I didn't want to make you look bad.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Jumping in the hole with me.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's break down the numbers. Again, one-sided.
They speak for themselves.
Yes, they do. How do you score more than 29 speaker points in the next round for Blue Alliance?
It's not so much as scoring a ton more as it is as making sure that the Red Alliance is not taking advantage of your weaknesses. I mean, when they're lobbing shots and half of them are missing into the stage, Rush has essentially got a half-field cycle. They're just picking them up and running back and scoring them. So that Red Alliance score is probably a little bit inflated from that, and I think that the strategy pivot really hurt them.
Let's go downstairs to Kaylee Marintet.
Hey guys, yeah, here I'm with Luke from the Red Alliance. You guys putting up big numbers. I think the biggest numbers of the day. Anything that you want to improve on going into the next match?
Definitely. Our auto wasn't the greatest performance in that match. We did have an issue where a note jammed in the side of our intake, but we definitely know how to fix that for the next match, as well as we didn't climb at the end. So that was based on the time. We didn't need to, but there's areas that were lacking in points that we'll be able to clean up as an alliance.
All right, well, good. Congrats on that win. We're going to send it back to the awards ceremony right now.
Who's ready for some awards? The Innovation in Control Award celebrates an innovative control system or application of control components, electrical, mechanical, or software, to provide unique machine functions. Revolutionizing robot control with innovative techniques is like discovering the golden path in a blackened maze. Using Pathfinder with Auto Prime and Check Then Move protocol, every maneuver becomes a stroke of genius. It's not just about driving, it's about creating a symphony of seamless motion. Congrats, Team 2851 Revolution.
Nobody can tell you there's only one song worth singing. They may try and sell you, 'cause it hangs them up to see someone like you. But you've gotta make your own kind of music, sing your own special song, make your own kind of music, even if nobody else sings along. You're gonna be nowhere
The Excellence in Engineering Award celebrates the team that demonstrates a professional approach to the design process and whose design is elegant and advantageous on the field of play. You have to respect how this team strategically reviews its design process as it goes, taking time to reflect on the good and the areas that need improvement builds unity. The whole process is filled with spirit and heart. Congrats, Team 27 Rush. The Team Sustainability Award, sponsored by Dow, celebrates and recognizes a team which has developed sustainable practices to have a positive environmental impact and achieve long-term continuity. This team is instrumental in developing multiple sustainable goals. Their passion for sustainability makes this team commendable. They focus like hawks on 3 R's, like reduce, reuse, and recycle. Congrats, Team 2834, the Bionic Blackhawks.
You know
the Judges Award. During the course of the competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition, yet do not fit into any of the existing award categories. For that reason, they have deemed this award the Cross Training Award. They know all the ABCs and the DEs of an agile organization. Each team member can adapt to work in each habitat. This team never hibernates. Congrats, Team 247, the Bears.
Well, the Foley Frees are here doing some great things today here in Troy, Athens. Last week, they were in Muskegon, and we got the state championships coming up at Saginaw Valley State in a couple of weekends. So by all means, join in for that. And we talk about kids doing a lot of extracurricular events. Some of them have to really work hard to find time to be or participate on their robotics team. We talked with one of the Bishop Foley kids last week, Aiden, and let's get some insight from him on how he juggles all these things.
Aiden is here with us from Bishop Foley, and I understand you are involved in a mess of activities. How do you do it all? And First Robotics. Tell us about what you're involved in.
Okay, so I am involved in First. I am as a team captain and a driver. I am involved in football as a team captain. I played running back in D-end. I am involved in track and field, and I do throwing events. I'm involved in drama, and I most recently played Beast in Beauty and the Beast. I sing and I dance for concert, and I think that's it. I may have lost track. I don't know.
Okay, amazing. So I understand sometimes groups or people are approached and asked about being a participant at First Robotics, and they say, "Oh, I'm too busy with other things." What would you say to those people?
I would say that being able to be in all those different activities is a great skill for the future. So me being able to manage all those different things at once is something that I'm going to be very thankful for in the future when I have a job. But it's not as hard as it may seem. Some days it's kind of a day-to-day thing, and it comes with passion, right? So you have to be passionate about these activities that you're doing, and you just have to go day by day. Sometimes you're going to need a little bit of a rest, but if you just manage your time well, if you're organized, then you can figure it out, and you'll have a lot of fun doing it.
And Aiden, why are you passionate about First Robotics?
I guess I'm passionate about First Robotics because it gives an opportunity for kids in high school, and even for like FLL and FTC, kids in lower grades too, to really get a hands-on experience with engineering. So kind of just being in your garage and tinkering around with things, great practice, right? But having an organized thing with professionals is invaluable, just like huge.
Yeah, and what are your future plans?
So I will be attending Central Michigan University on scholarship, very grateful for that. And I will be studying biomechanical engineering, which First itself has inspired. So I'm excited to get going. I know it's going to be a grind, but I'm ready for it.
Oh, amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing your passion. I think you've inspired us all. Thank you, Aiden.
Thank you.
All right, Aiden. Saw him last weekend. Now he's got the flashy headgear. That would be a nice Easter gift for you guys, wouldn't it?
Without a doubt. I think all of their drive team always wears that, including the coach.
Yeah. The Foley Freeze. All right. Well, this could be one and done time if the Red Alliance can knock it out of the park.
Yep, and of course we expect they are the favorites to do that. But, you know, let's talk about the other alliance here. Let's talk about alliance number 3. There are a few things that we want to bring up from the last match.
Right.
So the first thing is the forwarding strategy is not necessarily bad on its own. What you have to watch out for when you're forwarding, when you're doing those dump and chases, is if you overwhelm the area or your passes are not accurate, you're feeding the other team. That's going to be bad. Second thing is they did have some issues with that robot. So one question is, did they switch strategies because 4998 was not ready to do what they were doing earlier in the match? So we're going to have to see how that plays out. There's also a point where, your scoring and their scoring is just not close enough together that you have to try something crazy. I don't think you do that in the first match of the finals, though. I think I agree. In the first match of the finals, would have been nice to see them come out, play their offensive strategy as they had up till that point, and then make adjustments for finals 2 if they needed to.
Yeah, I think they probably could have gotten away with their lobbing strategy, but the problem is 4998 never stopped doing it.
Yeah.
They had to chase the rings that they were shooting and then pick them back up and finish the process.
If you make accurate passes and your front court, your striker as it were, is cleaning up fast enough, then keep passing, right? But as soon as there's a surplus there, as soon as you have some that are a little bit too shallow, right, and they're open for the other team, then you want to follow that up, maybe pick that one back up, or play some defense on that area.
So, Zach, to clarify, Blue Alliance, how are they going to ramp it up defensively, knowing that they can't just give Red Alliance that kind of comfort zone?
Well, I don't think they're going to ramp it up defensively. I think they probably have to be inside their comfort zone for offensive scoring if they want to have a chance. I think what you're looking at is they have to have those 1 or 2 bumps on their way to the feeder station that get in the way of some of the Red Alliance members, that slow them down a cycle, and they want to try and get one more amp cycle than the Red Alliance is going to get to try and match any deficit they're going to have coming out of auto.
Yeah, and we'll see too. I mean, some of the defense that I expect them to play, quote defense, is like if you're not passing to the other team, that's going to be like adding some defense to this match. So if they do a better job making sure, if they go back to that passing forward strategy, if they go back and make sure that the rings make it deep enough so they're in that danger zone, right? If they're by the amp, if they're deep in that corner, you risk penalties to go after them. That'll help them some. The other problem, though, for Blue, and this is, I mean, they got lots of problems, but the big problem is Red's auto last time was so bad that they weren't playing as uphill as they're going to have to probably in this match. If Red hits an auto, Blue's going to have to go all offense just to catch up, and that takes away some of their flexibility.
And even despite that, the Red missing a lot of their auto shots, the Blue was doing the same and just not taking as many, right? So, I mean, coming out of autonomous in the last match, they were playing at a deficit, even though the Red was handicapped.
Yeah, like a 10-point deficit, I think, last match. Yep. I expect this one to be closer to 20. If Red hits everything, we could have a 40-something to a 20-something auto mode.
Well, the foundation has been laid, and the path is clear for Blue Alliance. If they don't really get their act together, then we're going to wrap things up here after this match.
Yeah, but we'll see. And again, I mean, I hope they go back to just scoring, see what happens. You got 2 choices. When you're the underdog in a matchup like this, you have 2 choices. You play for as many points as you can get, and you hope something happens to the Red Alliance. If somebody breaks, if somebody gets jammed, then you can take it away. Or you try something absolutely insane. Absolutely insane is great, but you have a very high percentage of looking real bad when you do it.
Yeah, there's something to be said about keeping robots doing what they have been doing for all of yesterday and the beginning of today, and something that their drivers are comfortable with. And sometimes doing the crazy thing is a little bit uncomfortable for the drivers, and there's more mistakes that happen, but sometimes you got to take that chance.
Yeah, you can't change who you are in a snap. So here it is.
Yeah, and their scores have been close enough. I mean, they have a 95-point score. They can compete. We'll see.
And here we go into autonomous.
Lots of misses on Red. Lots of misses on Red.
Now they start to
Blue
things up. Blue Alliance just
more misses than last time for Blue as well. Yeah,
there's another
miss.
one.
So we see 31 to 14. Kind of in between.
A dangerous start already for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, very much, but we'll see.
Revolution struggling there.
They've decided to put 96-18 on defense, which is one of their main scoring capabilities. So, you know, it looks like they might be playing from behind.
We'll see how well they do on defense. You know, I mean, it's a light robot. That kitbot is not full weight. So you could see when impacts happen, they move sideways. They also don't have that swerve drive. And the other problem is, if Otto was closer, they could do this maybe. But Otto already gave Red such a lead. You're playing catch-up. I don't know if they can afford to put that robot on defense. And 96-18 is stuck in the stage.
Early shot by the Red Alliance offline, and they come up short.
And they're not disconnected, they're not broken, they're actually stuck there. So a partner could come over and hit them free. Good job by 4998 to get them back in the match.
And one note in, one note not in for the Red Alliance. Now they try to load up in that amp zone. That's the 2960 Automation Nation.
Yeah, man, we haven't seen Red really spring ahead by a lot, but here comes an amplified period. And they're going to get at least 2, maybe 3. If 2960, 910 gets the third one. Not going to get the fourth. But still, there it goes. That was a 20-point period right there.
Looks like the 2960 machine is struggling.
Yep. They're trying to get that aim right on that arm, and it's just not holding where they want it.
Yeah, so, but again, so much ground for Blue Alliance to make up, and they can't do it.
Yeah, 2960 needs to go put that in the amp. If their arm can do it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they just need to go play some defense.
So here's the challenge for the Blue Alliance. They're running out of time, and the Red Alliance is going to go to center, left, and right stage, and they're going to hang. They don't really need the points, but they're just ready to throw the knockout punch right now.
Yeah, when you're ahead, you can go early and secure the points. When you're behind, you have to wait. And that's what we saw. We saw 4998 not able to get to the chain to use their hooks. Trying to score that last disc. They weren't able to get that out either. Still a ring inside that robot. But I mean, it wasn't going to change the outcome either way.
Frustrating for sure for the Blue Alliance. Did they make any corrections, Zach, that you could see?
Well, they did change their strategy, but I don't think it was what they really needed to do. I mean, I think the pro of 96-18 on offense is way better than the pro of them on defense. I just don't think that they had the weight or the maneuverability to slow down the Red Alliance enough to make up for the deficit of them not shooting.
Right, and again, auto mode, they were down like 17 points or something, like 15 points, I think, in auto mode. And if you're down in points and you're pulling one of your scorers, how are you ever going to catch up? If auto mode went better for them, Red again missed a bunch of shots in auto mode. So if auto mode went better for Blue and you were looking at maybe a 5-point difference, then maybe you can take a chance on the defense. Now, it doesn't look like 96-18 had much practice playing defense. That was a factor as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they've been offensively scoring all competition, right? And now this is probably the first time they've played defense, and certainly in eliminations, right? And so taking their drivers out of their element and doing something like this is a risk.
And the crowd lets out one last big cheer for the Red Alliance. They are going to bring it home with back-to-back wins. Speaker points in abundance.
Yep, and that 95 is down. I mean, I would have liked to see, again, we don't know what was going on with the robots. Definitely might have been some damage issues that are leading to some of the decisions they made. I would have liked to see at least one of these two matches played straight up, send everybody on offense, do what you're used to doing. I don't even hate what they did in the second match if they had done that other match first. If they did that other match first and lost, try defense, right? Then you have to kind of dig deeper, but we never really saw this, what our number 3 Alliance scoring at full capacity here in the finals.
Yeah. So the Blue Alliance bumps it up by about 20 points, but that's not going to cut it.
Yeah, maybe some of this strategy is coming from, you know, they're a little bit scared from when they played earlier in the bracket and lost, and maybe so they thought they couldn't outscore them no matter what, and they tried to change something later on. But I agree with Dan. I feel like you should be doing offense on offense and figuring out where you come from or where you come out at first.
So an impressive showing in the final two matches. As we look at the final score, these are official numbers, 95-62.
It's kind of interesting. Some doors were left open. If we break this down, right? Only 4 points in the amp means that Red only had 2 amplified periods. They did not really get as many as they could have. 6 in the amp for Blue. They actually had a whole extra amplified period. Maybe, right, if they had 96-18 adding points during that amplified session, it would have been closer.
Downstairs we go to Kaylee.
Hey guys, I'm here with Luke from Red Alliance and Ty from Blue Alliance. Ty, obviously not the score you guys were hoping for. What did you learn from these last 2 matches?
So, offense is better than defense. That and honestly,
What's your message to your team right now?
We did as best as we could. We came out here, we tried our best, and that's all that matters.
All right, well, great game from you. Luke, we talked before about things that you wanted to change in the first match. Strategy, did you guys do that?
Yeah, we were able to clean up our odd-time performance for that second match. We did miss, I think, 1 or 2 notes, but it was better than the last time. Part of the reason we only got 4 in the amp, 27 was responsible for most of the amping that match, but our amp mechanism broke near about halfway through the match, so we had to switch to just speaker shots, but our Alliance was still able to put up a great score.
All right, well, great game from both of you guys, Red and Blue Alliance. Dan and Dan, we're going to wrap it up and send it up to you.
All right, Kaylee, thanks, guys. Some comments on this last match we just saw.
It's just unfortunate. We had a lot of close matches throughout. Too bad the finals kind of didn't go the way that the third seed needed to go. But we saw some pretty good play, and I think for sure that captain 4998 is going to qualify for states. I hope the rookie team does as well. Would love to see them in 2 weeks at Saginaw Valley State.
You're seeing as we get later into the weeks of competition, you're starting to see some of these strategy decisions play out more and more, other than just robots are working or not working, right? Some of these, we're lobbing or we're not lobbing, or we're defending or we're not defending. Some of those small changes are changing the course of play over just robot functionality.
Kaylee, great work in the pits today. Your thoughts on what we saw?
Overall, great day. We had a lot of problems. We had that rematch from the 6th game, but we had a lot of things to work on, the camera problems. Overall, a great day, a lot of good games, a lot of high-scoring games. We just saw 117 put up by the Red Alliance. Overall, a great preparation as we are only 2 weeks away from states. Dan and Dan.
Yeah, that's right, Kaylee. We are all in on Saginaw Valley State. 2 weekends from now. It starts Friday and runs through the end of Saturday. It is the apex of the Michigan robotics season at Saginaw Valley State. All kinds of teams, almost 160 teams, 7,000 attendees, and it's free and open to the public. So by all means, join us for that. Thanks to everybody involved in our great presentation today. Thanks to Zach Moore, Dan Kimura, and Kaylee Marentet. We say so long from Troy, Athens. We will see you in 2 weeks, our first in Michigan Robotics State Championships. Have a great Easter, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.